All right, it's 1 o'clock, guys. Okay, Ken is collecting signatures on behalf of Mr. Killick, or Councillor Killicks, but I am going to start the meeting. I'll just preface my start with, I'm going to say for the last time, a few times today. So for the last time, I call this meeting to order for September 16th, 2025. That might go missing, by the way. Just attendance at the starting of the meeting is happily 100% everyone in person. I need a motion to adopt the agenda. But before, okay, Councillor Killick, that's fine. But before we do, I don't think I need an amending motion, but I'm just letting everyone know that we're going to flip the order of the in-camera items, 14.1 and 14.2. So we'll do the collective bargaining mandates first, and then the Northeast servicing update second. That's all for Cheryl. So I don't need an amending motion of just reordering, right? So can I have Councillor Killick, you ready?
That December 16th, 2025 agenda be adopted as presented.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes unanimously. All right, we have only 2 scheduled speakers. Our city manager scheduled himself. And then we have Sue McDonald from the St. Albert Singers Guild regarding a performance facility. So Mr. Fletcher, I'm going to turn the floor over to you for a council recognition ceremony.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Actually, we have significantly more than 2 registered speakers. There were a number that registered at the last minute that are making their way in. So with your indulgence, I would propose to let them go first.
Yeah, there'll be tears. Oh, Jesus. Hello, Rob. Good, how about you?
On now. Keep it official. Am I supposed to introduce myself?
I can introduce you.
Okay.
Rob Lillishore, good friend.
Hello, Mayor Herron. I'm on your last meeting here today. I thought it'd be a great opportunity to come and complain firsthand about potholes and my taxes. You know, I remember the coffee we had over 15 years ago when you shared with me that you're going to be running for council and would welcome any thoughts that I could share. It's noted that you did not go with all of my ideas. I still think it's a pretty good idea that those with 4 kids should not have to pay any property taxes.
That's why I started dating John, so we could have 7.
There we go. Yeah, you're well over that threshold. You've enjoyed over 15 years of service to our community in this chamber and the last 2 terms as mayor. Thank you for all your contributions to our great city. You know, your predecessor, Mayor Nolan Kraus, once told me, Rob, there are 3 types of politicians, smart ones and dumb ones. Kathy, you're definitely one of the smart ones. I wish you all the best in your next chapter, whatever that might be. And thank you again for everything you gave and your commitment to St. Albert.
Thank you, Rob. I'll never forget the very first edition of The Leader. And you had a cartoon of all of council going, oh no, there's a cartoonist. And I'll also never forget a very hard conversation I had to have with you when I was running in 13. I think it was 13, or I can't remember. Anyway, that I was going to do my first advertising announcement in the Gazette and not The Leader.
Yes.
But it was all in good friendship, and I appreciate every piece of advice you've given.
$300 more to stay in business with The Leader. So I guess that was the difference. Yeah, all good.
Thank you for coming.
All the best.
Hello, my name is Ash Khan, and I've loved and lived St. Albert since 1972. I'd like to say a few words about our mayor. After 13 years of dedicated service to the city of St. Albert, including 5 as a city councillor and 8 as a mayor, Kathy is stepping down from the public office. Her time in leadership is marked by vision, commitment, and tireless work ethics that has left lasting impact on the community. As a mayor, she placed strong emphasis on encouraging sustainable business growth while ensuring St. Albert retain its unique and character and quality of life. She worked closely with local entrepreneurs, businesses, and community leaders to create an environment where commerce could flourish, bring new opportunities, and in supporting economic resilience. At the same time, she championed initiatives that balance growth with environmental stewardship, recognize the importance of protecting the natural spaces, advancing green initiatives, and ensuring St. Albert remain one of the most livable cities in the country. Her ability to lead with both enthusiasm and care has earned the respect of her colleagues and citizens alike. Through challenges and opportunity, she guided St. Albert with integrity and foresight. Today, the city is stronger, more vibrant, and better positioned for the future because of her leadership. She leaves behind a proud legacy of progress, growth, and sustainability. A very bright and a promising future lies ahead for Kathy Heron. The passion, the heart, and the dedication she has shown throughout her years of service will continue to guide her in the next chapter of her journey. Surrounded by respect and admiration of the community she served so faithfully, Kathy carried forward not only many accomplishments, but also the trust and confidence that she will continue to make meaningful differences wherever life takes her.
Thank you. And for anyone who doesn't know, Ash was my fundraising chair for all 4 elections. And he would just make one phone call and the money would just come in. It was, thank you, Ash. These are my kids, 2 of them,
Two of them.
Holly and Will.
Mom, on behalf of Heather, Holly, and I wanted to ensure that at least 2 of us showed up today.
The other one's in Calgary or on the side of a mountain somewhere.
Somewhere. But we want to congratulate you on your many successes during your time as councillor and mayor. We are so proud of everything you've done over all the years, and we don't want you to forget that ever. I'm glad Ash brought up when you first got elected to council, because I honestly couldn't remember. I believe I was in grade 6.
Yep.
So from 2 terms on council and then 2 terms as mayor, I'm sure everybody in the room knows and are proud of you for all you've accomplished. During these years, you've managed to ensure you are a strong leader in St. Albert and led with confidence and helped manage disagreements in the city and among your councillors. I'm sure that is a skill you picked up by managing your 3 children. You built strong regional leadership, including serving as president of Alberta municipalities, ensuring that St. Albert got its voice on the provincial stage. Being involved in the wastewater commission and advocacy for sustainability and affordability in St. Albert. You worked hard to preserve our city's parks, trees, and small town feel, even as St. Albert has grown to proportions we probably did not think it would back in 2010. I know your overall hope is in one day you can preserve this city to be exactly what it was when you grew up for your own children. Thank you for being a wonderful example to your 3 kids of dedication, hard work, leadership. Your work has made our home a much better place, and I just want to say how extraordinarily proud we are of you and all you've accomplished over your years.
Oh, that's Will is seriously thinking about buying a house right now, so I'm continuing to bug him that it needs to
He'll
be
keep
in
going,
this
won't he?
community that I built for you guys. Thanks, guys. Hi, Shauna.
Well, hello, Madam Mayor. Shauna, hi. Kathy, I'm thrilled to be able to send you well wishes on this monumental day for you. It's a pleasure to address you in this way. I've believed in you for many years. You have demonstrated time and again that you truly have citizens' best interest at heart. You are true, so damn dedicated, caring. And I first noticed you and that you were like this as a councillor. That's why when you first threw your name in for mayor, I volunteered to provide media relations support for you during that campaign. And what a
Which I
campaign that
needed.
was. It was quite a campaign. Anyway, throughout both terms, either connecting personally or when we've crossed paths professionally, I felt that you've actually become more dedicated and caring while staying true and humble. You've been a great leader for this community as mayor over the past several years, and I am so pleased for you to be winding down on your terms and at the top of your game. Thank you, Kathy, for everything you've done for St. Albert as a member of council over the past 15 years. Warren and I are sending you our very best well wishes. Enjoy every moment. Congratulations on a heck of a great job.
Thank
Enjoy.
you, Shauna. Counselor Moffat. So nice to see you, Linda.
Mayor Herron, members of council. So nice to have the chance to come and say something on this very special day. Kathy, as a mayor, you have been exceptional. And I don't like to compare because I think we've been blessed in St. Albert to have some exceptional mayors over the years. I've loved your style. I've loved to see your leadership abilities come forward. And I'd love to see you suggesting solutions instead of concentrating totally on issues. And that means more to people, I think, than anything, is that someone is actually putting forward a potential solution to a problem instead of simply complaining about a problem. And that's brought a lot of good results. But in my mind and in my heart, the number one thing of all, of course, is the business park. Because we're St. Albert. For many, many years, we've cried the blues about how our residential tax base has to support the city because we don't have the business base to do it. And I know many years ago, there were non-residential developments that would suddenly become residential because councillors and other people were influenced to make that change. And it just perpetuated the problem with St. Albert of not having a strong business space. So now, not only did the idea come up and go through this awesome council, but we've actually seen it come to fruition and it's started. And I mean, you can't drive down there now without seeing the progress, and it's so exciting. So in 10 years' time, I'm anticipating the most amazing economic results for this city and into the future. And that's in a large part due to your leadership, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
So I know that you are going to enjoy not being on city council, take you a little while to come down. It will. But there's so many opportunities, and the kind of strengths that you have and leadership abilities. There are a gazillion different places and people that would benefit greatly from having your support for them. So I thank you on behalf of myself personally, and most certainly, I know that the city of St. Albert is so much better off because of you, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda.
Have fun in Paris.
Long time no see.
Hi, for the record, Doug Campbell, 50 Lorraine Crescent.
You don't have to give your address.
And yeah, and bottom line, a very satisfied citizen in terms of the services I receive almost every day from the hardworking group from City Hall. For me, municipal politics, particularly city council, is a team sport. So I'm going to start with, as we come to the end of another term of our city council, I first want to extend my thanks to the mayor and councillors for their leadership in ensuring the city of St. Albert continues to be one of the best cities in Canada to live in and raise a family. Over the past 4 years, council has had to deal with a number of issues that have impacted the growth and overall social fabric of our city. Municipal leadership is the toughest job in politics, and sometimes requires the courage to make tough decisions for the good of the overall community. So I thank all the members of the council for their courage and leadership for making our community a great place to live in. I especially want to acknowledge the leadership of Mayor Kathy Heron, who steps aside after 15 years of dedicated elected service. I first met Kathy in 2004 when we both served on the St. Albert Vandalism Task Group, because that was the issue of the day. Following that, I encountered Kathy as a member of the Community Services Advisory Group, where she demonstrated a broad knowledge of community needs, but more importantly, the importance of the role of volunteer-led community organizations, which play an important role in the delivery of programs and services for the vulnerable in our community. In 2010, I participated in Kathy's first successful run for her to serve as an elected councillor. It was then that I saw her overall understanding and commitment to our community and her ability to connect with a broad range of citizens on the community issues which were important to them. Over her 15 years of elected service, she has provided leadership for our community, province, and national levels, representing and promoting St. Albert as a leading community in Canada. Kathy's leadership encompasses all the necessary factors to be a successful elected community leader. Strong relationship building at all levels, showing adaptability and innovation required for a vibrant, growing community, effective negotiation skills, and critical thinking, which allows for the future growth and expansion of the city. All these leadership factors are necessary for our city's future mayors and councillors. So Mayor Heron, thank you for your contribution to our community as a dedicated elected official.
Thank you, Doug. Doug's been there for every campaign and has probably dropped off more lawn signs and picked up more lawn signs and done more hard work than any one of my volunteers ever did. So thank you, Doug. Lisa. These are from Lisa and Thomas right here.
Hi, I'm going to start off with the semi-official part of this, just in case I start to cry on my little speech. But as you all may know, Edmonton City Council is also having their final council meeting today and tomorrow of this term. And that meant that my boss, Mayor Soe, was not able to come, even though he really wanted to.
Well, that would have been nice.
And so they've actually sent you a certificate of recognition in recognition of Kathy Heron and your years of public service and work on behalf of the Edmonton Metro region. And it's signed by all of Edmonton City Council.
Nice.
Mayor Soe. So I'll leave that for you. Okay, official work done. Good afternoon. It's a little bittersweet standing here today. Kathy, seeing at your final council meeting feels like the end of an era. not just for St. Albert, but for many of us who've had the privilege of working alongside you. Our story goes way back. We were both just starting out in 2010, you in St. Albert and me in Morinville, and we were the rookies, learning on the fly, and it didn't take long for our paths to cross. I think of all the committees and boards we served on, and it really feels like we grew up in this political world together. One of my best memories of being elected is our time working on the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board and the Regional Growth Plan. Regional work is tough, as was so evident in the past couple of years. But we spent so many hours in those meetings trying to balance the needs of our individual communities with the bigger picture of the whole region. It was a masterclass in collaboration. And Kathy, you were a natural at it. You always understood that what was good for the region was ultimately good for St. Albert. Your ability to see beyond your own city limits and advocate for a cohesive regional vision was a true testament to your leadership and will be your legacy. And then there was Alberta Municipalities. It was a huge honor to serve on that board with you and to see you become president. You handled it with such grace, a perfect mix of tenacity and charm. You were a strong voice for all of our communities, whether they were big cities or small towns, and you left your mark on the organization and on the province of Alberta as a whole. Kathy, you're not just a leader, you're a force of nature. 2 terms as mayor, 2 terms as a councillor, you've been a steady hand and a powerful advocate for St. Albert. You are only the 2nd woman in St. Albert's history to hold the office of mayor, and you are the first in over 20 years. I've watched you champion environmental causes, push for smart growth, and fight for a more inclusive community. You've led with your heart, and it shows. So as you start this next chapter, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership, for your friendship, for your tireless commitment to public service. I hope you get to enjoy well-deserved time off, maybe a little less time in meetings, a little bit more time on the water, and with your family. So on behalf of myself and all of those who've had the honor of working alongside you, thank you for your service. Congratulations, Kathy. We are all proud to know you and to call you our friend. And I know that St. Albert, the region, the mid-sized city mayors caucus, Alberta municipalities, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities will all miss you. Love you, Kathy.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa and I have had many adventures together. When I first got onto the AB Communities Board in Calgary, she became the president of the association, and I had to stick around for a meeting. And then we realized that neither one of us had a car. So we had no way home. So we had to rent a car to get home from Calgary. Didn't even think about it. Just counselor. I can't.
Citizen. Well, I did come here to speak on an item because I couldn't leave without speaking on an item. It was item 8.6. So I hope you will indulge me the opportunity to speak on that after I talk about your job as the mayor. And I just want to thank Mayor Herron for her 15 years of service to this great city of St. Albert. I first met Kathy when she came on council 15 years ago when I was a developer coming to the city and trying to ask favors of council. And Kathy was very open and always willing to meet and talk to the industry.
So I want to beer. So
I want to thank you for that. It was 1 billion beers ago, I think. So Mayor Herron has helped to make St. Albert one of the best cities in Alberta and one of the best cities in the entire country. And that's not by accident. That's been by your hard work, Kathy, and your attention to detail and your genuine love and care for our city. And I'd like to say that it was a pleasure to serve under you as mayor from 2017 to 2021. Though I sometimes wasn't, Kathy was always very fair and non-confrontational and always had the best interest of the city and the citizenry in mind. So after 15 years of service, it takes a toll on your family life and your health, both mentally and physically. And having the weight of the city and being the face of the community of 70,000 residents on your shoulder is a great responsibility. And you've all heard the expression, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And it is a phrase that means leaders experience a great burden of responsibility and stress, leading to a difficult and often sleepless life. A concept which originated from Shakespeare's Henry IV play. And the line was, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. The phrase highlights that the power and status of leadership comes with significant duties and responsibility, and often results in restless nights. So Mayor, it's time for you to take a rest. And thank you very much for your service to the city, and best of wishes to you in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
I know you're not supposed to have favorites, Ray, but that first term as mayor was probably my favorite 4 years. We had good times and you were part of that.
Mine too.
I remember my very first speech and I'm like, how do I introduce you? Are you the first Black counselor? Like I wanted to get the words right. And you said first Canadian of African descent. But
person of color.
that,
Hi,
my
everyone.
stepkids are here. This is Susanna, Jacob, and Rebecca's up there.
Hi, everyone. Everyone knows how amazing of a mayor and person Kathy is, but she's way more than that. You're the woman who came into my family's life, let me do your hair in ridiculous ways, make me bread just because you know I love it, and did absolutely everything you could to make sure we know you love us. So today, I just want to take a moment to say how proud I am of you. For the past 8 years, you've been more than just a leader. You've been our mayor, a role model, and to us, a second mom. When you stepped into our family, you didn't have to take on that role, but you did, and you did it with love, patience, and dedication. At the same time, you were leading this community with that same heart. Being mayor is not an easy job, but you made it look effortless because you truly care. We have watched you give your time, energy, and passion to make things better for everyone here. What inspires me most is how you balanced it all, our family, your career, and your commitment to this community. It's not just about what you accomplished as mayor, but how you did it with your kindness, strength, and determination. So today, as you finish your time as mayor, I just want you to know how proud I am. Not just of the title you held, but of the person you are. I can't wait to see what this next chapter brings, because if it's anything like the last one, it's going to be amazing. Thank you for being more than just a stepmom, but a second mom to me. I love you and I'm so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Susie. I thought you were maybe speaking on behalf of all of you. I thought maybe you got the short straw, but Jacob, thank you.
This is gonna be a bit of a difficult one, because your time here, in my life and as mayor of St. Albert has meant so much to me and to my family when we were young and when we were living just out in the RV park. You came into our lives and you completely changed it, all for the better. You took in my family, me, and ultimately my dogs. You've truly changed the lives of myself and all of my friends and family in ways that are truly and incredibly awesome, and that I cannot thank you enough for. Good job.
Hi, Kathy.
Rebecca.
Gabe couldn't be here today, so just pretend he's standing
Okay.
here and I'm talking for both of us.
We had words this morning, so he probably.
I heard, yes. But he still loves you.
Hi.
So, everyone other than my siblings have really talked about you as a mayor, and I just wanted to talk to you about you as a person, because that's how I know you. I don't follow politics. I won't lie about it, I don't. But my siblings and I had the pleasure of meeting Kathy about a decade ago, when we were living in a trailer, and you came to shower after Canada Day because you were in a dunk tank. Poor memory right there. I can't imagine that adding 4 kids to the family overnight was an easy task, but you fooled everyone. You made it look so easy, and I will be the first to admit that as children and now, we had a ridiculous amount of energy, and we ran you and my dad just to the ground. We were so loud all of the time, but you seemed to love it, and you embraced it more than we ever could have imagined. You've seen us through so much in our lives: high school graduations, sport competitions, first jobs, university acceptance, the life of dating, and so much more. And every time you were just so excited to say how proud you were of us and how you can't wait to see what we do next. So now it's my turn and Gabe's turn to say how proud we are of you and how excited we are to see what comes next, because whatever it is, we will support you unconditionally, just like you have always done for us. Thank you for welcoming us into your family and helping us grow into the people that we are today. We couldn't have asked for a better stepmom, and you are such an incredible woman. We love you so much.
I love you guys too.
Hi, Mom. You need one East Indian person in your family, right? Do you not? Hey, I'm not running for council. I can say what I like on this one. The first time I met you, I was thinking about this when I was sitting up there. Like, when was the first time I met Kat? And you may not remember, but I was living with my family in Oakmont, and there was somebody who was trying to put a a dirt bike skills park.
Oh, right, the bike skills
And I
park.
came, did a little presentation, and then we held a little neighborhood event, and who was to show up but you? And I mean, I believe you were the only council that showed up at that event. And from there, it led to friendship and obviously knowing you through John. You know, I was gonna talk about AV meeting and all that stuff because everyone knows about that. But the reality is, you know, if I was to characterize who you are, this is the concept that pops in my head. You are the individual who plants a seed under a tree whose shade you will never sit under. I've seen how tired you get. I've seen how much you've struggled, and you've given so much to all of us. And your character says it all, and all that you've tried. And I know it hasn't been easy, and I mean, working with Ken would kill me, but the fact that you've been able to survive this has been incredible. The work you've done for all of us has been incredible. You've planted that seed for so many more generations to come. And, you know, I remember when you allowed Mateo, you know, to come and stand with you at the wreath. That's who you are as a human and as a person. Couldn't have had a better mayor at all. Obviously, we moved away from St. Albert, but we came back, and part of it was because of the city that you and your councillors have created. And I wanted to say thank you. Mateo wanted to be here. He did send me a little voice message that I'll send to you. But we love you. We thank you. And I'm so blessed to be able to call you Mayor, Kathy, Mom, friend. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Ricky. Yeah, when Raheem's son Mateo stood beside me at the Remembrance Day ceremony for the whole thing, he came and laid the wreath with me. That was awesome. Here's my longest standing regional friend.
I'm Stuart Houston, the
Besides you, Lisa, sorry.
councillor with the city of Spruce Grove, former mayor, and I had my last official council meeting last night. And I can say, Kathy, for both of us, I think we're both leaving office feeling very gratified about the opportunities we've had to represent our cities in this incredible region. I remember being at your launch when you ran for mayor and how excited you were to put your name forward and the challenges of getting elected and the honor it is to be elected, you know, in your city, and had a great relationship with all your colleagues, and know the honor you have when your name, you see that you are elected, and even the bigger honor it is when you win that chair position as mayor. You've been a very strong advocate for your community, and you've been a very strong advocate for the region, Kathy, and you've always been such a respected voice for all of us, and especially proud of your role when you were president of Alberta municipalities as well. You managed that role very well and did that with a lot of poise and grace. And you really had an opportunity to advocate for all of us to the province, and you were a very strong voice. We had a lot of fun working together over the years, Kathy, and we've had a lot of fun on boards and committees, and had a little bit of fun too when we were traveling out to FCM and different conferences. And I know it was always fun to tease back and forth with my competitive nature and always compare our housing starts and growth. And I know how hard St. Albert has tried to keep up to Spruce Grove's growth rates. And they are second, so I want to congratulate you guys for that. So on behalf of Mayor Acker, who couldn't be here today, and the city and citizens of Spruce Grove, we want to wish you the very best. I know you're heading off to France tomorrow for a well-deserved break. But one other note I wanted to say, as hard as I work for Spruce Grove, when my son moved and bought his first house, he bought his house on Arlington in St. Albert. So when I heard your son was looking for a house, I want him to tell him there's lots of incredible housing choices with very favorable tax rates. So, but anyway, Kathy, thank you very much and enjoy. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Stuart. Stuart, I'm going to miss your celebration on October 20th, but I've got Jeff is going to read a little note for me. So I just really appreciate you coming here today. Thank you. Doreen.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Mayor Herron and Council, it's so nice to be here and not be asking for money or justifying money I've received from you. So I was thinking back to when I first met you, and it went back to 2007. And I was just baby executive director, my first time at the Safe Society, and you were just a baby board chair with CSAB. And when we had to go in to do the meeting with CSAB to defend our grant proposals and applications, and my other colleagues of executive directors said, oh, you just go up there, you talk about your report, they'll ask you about numbers, and then you go home and it's easy. Well, that didn't happen with you, because you understood that the charities that FCSS trusted to provide the social programming had to be accountable, and they had to know the community. And you asked the toughest questions of any CSAB board I've ever come across since. It wasn't just outputs and logic models, but you asked educated, knowledgeable questions about strategic planning and trends and pillars and the social framework of the community. And I was just so darn impressed and just so proud to be a charity receiving funding from FCSS that had you as a gatekeeper and the CSAB committee. And then you went on to councillor, and you still kept the charitable sector as one of the priorities, and you understood how important it was to have the charitable sector do these social programs in the community. And I just valued all the time you spent with that. And not only were you a philanthropist in the community, not just with money, and because if you had Kathy at a silent auction event, guaranteed she went home with a lot of stuff, even nutcrackers. It was always nice to have Kathy in the room for the support, but also because she was
Competitive purchasing. I love it.
And you would bid stuff up, or you just supported all the charities. And then I remember when you first became mayor, I had moved on now to Dogs with Wings, and I was executive director there. And it was the first big event with you as the newly elected mayor of St. Albert. And I was so proud to put you on the dignitaries list and announce it. And your mom and dad were also pretty proud, because at one point your mom came up to me and asked me if I had you on the dignitary list to be read out. And then 10 minutes later, your dad came up to me and asked me if I'd had you on the dignitary list to be read out. So I just want to say I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm happy you get some time to spend with your family and with your friends. And you can, I'm sure whatever you do, you're just going to crush it, sister.
Thank you. Crush it.
Good afternoon,
Councillor.
Madam Mayor, members of council. I just want to actually first start by thanking all of you for your service over the past 4 years. It's a tremendous amount of time you've given. It's a big commitment, and so each of you deserves the thanks from the community. For those of you running for re-election, good luck. To those of you departing, Councillor Killick, just wanted to specifically say thank you. I know that when I was on council and you would come in front of us, you always came with respect and with research and information, and you brought that same professionalism to your role here. So thank you for that. And to Councillor Jolly, to say thank you for all the work you've done to create an inclusive community in so many ways. I am thankful for the way that you have been honest and vulnerable in terms of sharing your experience on council as well. And I know you're running for trustee, and I hope that you'll be able to continue taking that forward. So thank you for that. And to the mayor, Kathy, I don't even know where to start. I am just so thankful to call you a friend. I think my wife refers to it probably more as a trauma bond, probably in terms of, some of, what we've gone through together over the years. But in all sincerity, you were so kind to me in my early days in terms of even going back to when I was considering running for council, taking the time to make sure I understood what I was getting into, and then helping me as I stepped into that role and moved forward. We didn't always agree. We agreed on a lot of things, but not everything. But I always knew that you had the best interests of the community at heart. I can always see how much you care, and you give back more than people. You've given more than I think anyone really knows. I have to thank your family as well for the time that you've given. You've allowed Kathy to be here. It's a major commitment that way too. As you move into this next adventure, I think one of the coolest things about those of us fellow recovering politicians is that you have an opportunity over the years that will come to walk around this community and see an impact that you've left. And you'll see it in ways that maybe you're not even thinking of today. But whether it's an amenity, a project, a program, or the ripples of simple acts of reconciliation that you've taken on, you have left an indelible mark on this community, and you will see that in the years ahead. I am so thankful to be able to call you our mayor. It was always a source of pride to be able to look at the news and see the president of the Alberta municipalities and say, you know what, that's our mayor. You have done our city proud. I am so thankful to call you a friend, and I can't say enough about what a wonderful job you've done. And I just wanted to be here today to thank you for all of that. So thank you, Kathy.
I like the term trauma bond. I'll remember that one. Tim, I've got some notes here that I'm not sure if there's gonna be even time tonight, but that I was gonna say about some of my memories, and your lasting impression, of course, on this community for me will always be the pride flag and that pride crosswalk, for sure. So thank you for that. Hi, Mom.
My name is Denise, and in case you don't know, I'm the MOTM, Mother of the Mayor. My friends started calling me that about 8 years ago, and they still do. What am I going to do, Kathy? I'm going to tell you a few things, Kathy, that you may not really recall, but I really feel a lot of this, of what I'm going to say, showed me even a long time ago that you would end up doing something like this. First of all, as a toddler and preschooler, she was shy. Oh, was she shy? She'd hide behind my skirt and embarrass me when I tried to introduce her to friends. But then in grade 1, at an interview,
You only have 5 minutes. I'm kidding you.
I said to her teacher, I know she's really shy. And her teacher said, no, she's not shy. Shy people don't look you in the eyes. She looks me in the eye when I talk to her. And she said, and someday she's going to talk to all of us when she has something important to say. And look what happened. And in grade 6, your teacher decided to have a little government, and you became the treasurer. And boy, were you bossy by then. That's what they told me anyways. Kathy went on to do really well at school. And just in her first year of high school, we went to Europe for the whole summer. And I found it so interesting that Kathy saw then the different cities and what was possible. She pointed out to me about the freedoms the people had there, and how easy it was. We went to a restaurant in Paris, and I ordered some red wine, and they brought the bottle and 3 glasses for us. And you couldn't believe that.
That's when the problem started.
So watch out in Paris. The other thing that happened when we were there is you started to compare cities. You compared their garbage collection, you compared all this stuff, but mostly, Wes, it was the transit. She thought Europe was, and is, let's face it, got the best public, we were on the trains, boats, buses. And after a week or so, Kathy was the organizer on how we were going to get somewhere, because she knew all the routes to all of them. Anyways, Kathy, you know how proud I am. I'm not going to say it again and again and again, but I do love you dearly. And I want to thank you for giving me your kids on council nights to feed and do homework. And it was the best time of my life. Love you.
Thanks, Mom.
All right, here we go.
Are you the last one?
I'm the last one. It's hard being the last one. And for the record, my name is John Carl. I'm Kathy Hearn's spouse, and that is truly an honor. Coming after all these people, and I got to say, when I started making the calls to see who could come, I started getting calls from people
asking if they could participate and if they could come, which really speaks to the love that people have for you in this community. Regrets from Nolan Kraus, Gilles Prefontaine. We've got our MLAs, both were unable to attend. Chris Wells wanted to be here, but he had to fly back. Even Michael Cooper sends his regards. You're going to receive a whole bunch of emails and letters in the next couple of days. I'm not going to repeat what everyone has said, but I'm going to take us back to 2017 when you were deciding if you would run or not. It was a hard time for St. Albert. Politically, there was controversy, there was conflict, there was anger from either side, left, right, front, rear, whatever you want to call it. People were upset and there was massive conflict. I was very concerned that you didn't have the grit to go through what that election campaign was going to be. Keep in mind, we just come through a ministerial review. There were nasty notes being left around the city. Social media was something you couldn't turn on without the anger. And over the past 8 years, your amazing ability to not engage the fight, but to seek the resolution, to empower the people around you. Whether you agreed with them on an issue or not, you have this talent, this natural skill to empower people, to make them feel heard, to make them feel valued. And because of that now, 8 years later, I would challenge anyone to find that bitterness or anger in our community. We can talk about roads and parks and budgeting and regional collaboration and transit, but the single best thing you did was you created an island of compassion, understanding, and collaboration in a world filled with divisive politics. So for that, as a resident, thank you. As your spouse, thank you for everything. And congratulations, you've earned it.
Well, I didn't expect that at all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, John, for organizing that. That was awesome. I wouldn't honestly be mayor if it weren't for John. He encouraged the hell out of me to do it, so. I'm gonna go back to you, Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And so
Sorry that took so long.
I am not, no need to apologize. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to introduce and what I'm not to for the next phase of this. So I'm going to shut up and I'm going to turn it over to Diane McMorty and the team. You've got some introductory remarks, is that correct? Okay, then I will shut up.
How big this team is.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. So I just wanted to start off by giving a little bit of an introduction to say poetry is a powerful art form that blends creativity, rhythm, and emotion. We recognize the skill that the literary arts demands to create something that it truly resonates. The city supports the skill and impact of the literary arts through our Poet Laureate program and the incredible work of our current Poet Laureate, Ari Zach. With that in mind, we thought it would be fun to use AI to reflect on the past 4 years and share a few moments in a creative way.
'Twas the fall before voting, and all through the town, council sat smiling, not one with a frown. Sworn back in 21, mid-pandemic haze, navigating through COVID's ever-shifting maze.
They tackled 4 budgets with diligence and care, while inflation ran wild like static in air. Yet services stayed and taxes held tight, a fiscal feat pulled off just right.
Public hearings come, some calm, some quite loud, with passionate voices and a spirited crowd. From zoning to signage and dogs off their leash, some topics were spicy, some perfectly peach.
Lakeview was brewing a business park dream with roads, pipes, and sewers, a 50 mil gleam. Reggaeban got twinned, thanks to deals that were struck. With the province on board, we made our own luck.
Affordable housing got council's full grace with land and grant dollars to help build the place. At 22 St. Thomas, new homes will arise, a gesture of heart under St. Albert skies.
Annexation was sealed with a confident hand, expanding the city's long-term growth plan. New lands were welcomed, new residents too, and a bridge promptly broke, so we fixed that too.
Truth and reconciliation stood proud in our hearts with September 30th and crosswalks as parts. We honored the children, the lost and the found with art and reflection that now grace the ground. Through Nanulevit's care, we helped families reclaim burials of loved ones lost to history's pain.
We led in the region with teamwork and grace, economic models that lifted the place. The downtown BIA was born with a cheer to help local businesses thrive year after year.
Then came new laws from the province's pen, changing the rules again and again. Bill 20 changed how elections are run. Manual counts now rule the fun. And Bill 50, with a quiet decree, said codes of conduct will no longer be.
Service Place beamed with a solar array, the largest in town, soaking up every ray. EV chargers popped up, recycling got smart, with EPR leading the EcoCharge chart. And Sept joined in with a clean energy plan, helping residents retrofit all that they can.
Recreation was buzzing and concepts took flight. Fountain Park's facelift brought joy and delight. Disc golf and boat docks, you bet they appeared, and inclusive places drew smiles far and near. Pickleball surged with paddles in hands, a growing crowd rallied across the land.
E-scooters zipped by in a blur of delight, and small dogs got parks to bark into the night. Alcohol in parks, with rules and some grace, a toast to good times in a shared public space. And when the Oilers made playoff dreams gleam, we hosted big game on the big screen. What a scene! Fans filled the lot with jerseys in pride, cheering together side by side.
The fourth fire hall is now in design with construction ahead and a future that shines. A symbol of safety, of care, and of trust, built for a community that's vibrant and just.
St. Albert Place, our council's pride home, got upgrades and lights with a commemorative tone. LED collars to mark special days, a beacon of memory in colorful blaze.
Now, not all went smoothly, let's not pretend. Some plans took detours before reaching their end. The solar farm paused, naming rules took time, and the grass grew too wild in summer's full prime. Millennium Park and the Transit Commission were journeys concluded by council's decision. But bumps in the road are a part of the ride, and council met each with resilience and pride.
So thank you, dear council, for service and care.
For dreaming and doing, for always being there.
Finished some things, started some more.
That's the ceremony. Setting up success for the next council core.
Okay. Whether seeking re-election or choosing to rest.
We wish you good fortune and all of the best.
And though your term ends, this isn't goodbye.
We'll cross paths again under St. Albert sky.
In chambers or parks, on trails or at shows.
Your legacy lingers wherever life goes.
In laughter and learning, in moments we share.
Your fingerprints shine in the community's care.
As October draws near and the ballots unfold, your chapter was golden, respected, and bold.
Standing O. I just want to know how Mr. Fletcher got out of doing his part. He just refused. Dog poop? That was so cute.
Your worship, esteemed councillors, I am not going to rhyme once, but I am going to say a few words. Today marks your last meeting, in case that hadn't been apparent yet. And this represents a very important milestone, not only in the life of the council, but in the life of our city. And it marks a shift towards the coming municipal election in October. It is therefore entirely appropriate and important to take a few minutes to reflect upon the last 4 years of your professional lives, and by extension, the lives of our residents and the life of our city, and to celebrate your service, leadership, and collective accomplishments. On your watch, St. Albert has flourished, if you see what I did there. St. Albert's reputation as a vibrant, resilient, and welcoming community continues and is a testament to the legacy that this group leaves. Over your time, our population has grown to over 72,000, 72,316, if you want to get really technical about it. New neighborhoods exist, new businesses thrive, and our amenities, parks, and trails have expanded and continue to connect us all. What is the role of council? We can have a debate about the state of civics knowledge in Canada, but municipal leadership and governance don't get a lot of attention. And so the Alberta Municipal Government Act actually does an excellent job of detailing the purpose of a municipality, which is, and I'll quote, to provide good government, subcomponents of which are to foster the well-being of the environment and to foster the economic development of the municipality, to provide services, facilities, or other things that, in the opinion of council, are necessary or desirable for all or part of a municipality, to develop and maintain safe and viable communities, to work collaboratively with neighboring municipalities to plan, deliver, and fund intermunicipal services. So council is the body that defines, leads, guides, holds accountable, and is held accountable for pretty much everything. And I would submit, and you would know better than I do, that often you're held accountable for things under which you have no control, and which are the purviews of other orders of government. There's nothing easy about any of this. And so service on council, as what I've learned over my time here, requires vision, patience, fortitude, and leadership. It's both a responsibility and an incredible privilege. It's about service in the interest of something that is bigger than each of any of you as individuals, and I would humbly submit bigger than each of you as a group. It's about service to the city of St. Albert. But perhaps it seems like a decade ago, this council started its term in October 2021. In the first municipal election, at least in recent memory, held during a pandemic. Early days were marked by navigating uncertainty and change, but you quickly adapted new ways of working and engaging and thinking. From the beginning, you have provided clear strategic direction, focused on planning for and investing in the future of St. Albert while caring for the present. Your strategic plan guided the work of your administration and ensured unity of effort, focused outcomes, and responsible stewardship of resources, all aimed at the public good. I can point to the foresight and investment of this council to open up Lakeview Business District with the goal of continued financial stability and sustainability first and foremost in your minds. You've ensured services were continually delivered, from snow clearing to waste management, park creation to trail expansion, emergency services enhancement to resilience and preparation to face the unknown, from balancing supply with demand and remaining open and transparent to our residents throughout. Under your leadership, St. Albert has grown, yet maintains the character and community connection that makes our city, and I don't say this lightly, the best place to live in the entire world. I'll conclude because, as you're well aware, even though we use this opportunity to mark your last meeting, the agenda is super full of important topics, and it's a testament to your dedication that you're tackling them on your last meeting. As a group, you've sometimes agreed and sometimes disagreed, but regardless, you did so with respect. What unites you is not process, nor policy, title, or station. It is your love for our city and your willingness to lead through opportunity and challenge on behalf of St. Albert. On behalf of your city administration, and if I might be so bold, our entire city, please accept our sincere thanks and appreciation for your service, leadership, and devotion to St. Albert. We do have a small token of thanks, and I would now invite you down to the front of the council desk to receive an end of term gift, recognizing your service to St. Albert. These gifts were designed and created by 30-year City of St. Albert employee and 43-year member of the St. Albert Potters Guild, Diane Gwillem. Diane's creations are unique, handmade, and chosen specifically by her for each of you. Thank you. All right, we're from favorite, like get an individual photo and then a group photo. And that's what we do. Councilor Fernandez. You'll know that all of you have seen all the landmarks. So we can get it.
So I just checked, and that is actually the end of our council recognition ceremony. You're all welcome to stick around. We have about 6 pages of an agenda. But actually, the next speaker is Susan McDonald from the St. Albert Singers Guild. And I got to say, when the leadership team was standing here, I thought they were going to sing, and then you guys were going to, guide them along in a song. Okay, so Sue. Oh, there you are over there. Okay. You want to talk about a performance facility?
Yes, we do. So Mayor Herron and esteemed councilors, we thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Sue McDonald, and I've been a resident of St. Albert since 1996. As the president of the board for the St. Albert Singers Guild, I'm honored to bring our urgent concerns to your attention. St. Albert Singers is a vibrant community-focused choral family, proudly celebrating our 40th anniversary of delivering performances that captivate audiences of all ages. Grounded in the values of inclusivity, joy, quality, and community, we aim to educate and inspire our singers, supporters, and audience, and to enrich lives through the power of music. St. Albert proudly calls itself the City of the Arts. We host festivals, choirs, bands, theater groups, and school programs that enrich lives and attract visitors. Our population has grown dramatically. And so has the demand for cultural experiences. But the very spaces that sustain this identity can no longer keep up. And there are local nonprofit organizations independently promoting the arts and culture that are being crushed with skyrocketing costs and reduced funding opportunities. Part of these issues directly relate to our current reality. We have aging infrastructures. Our community centers are decades old, and their acoustics, lighting, and seating, they weren't ever designed for today's performances. There's no room left. Churches and school auditoriums, the affordable venues, are booked months in advance. Nonprofit choirs, youth bands, and theater groups are forced into late night rehearsals or they can't find space at all. There are cost barriers. The art in theater is wonderful, but it has become cost prohibitive for many groups, especially schools and volunteer-run organizations and assemblies. For some, a single rental of the Arden equals their entire season's budget. Last year, we had 2 concerts in one day in order to be able to afford renting the Arden Theater. Our original budget, our estimate was $2,500. But then at the end of the day, it ended up being $4,700, significantly reducing any fundraising capacity those ticket sales would have made. Another issue that we have is that under the AGLC casino pool system, St. Albert organizations receive only a fraction of the funding received by their Edmonton counterparts. For example, in a 6-year period, Edmonton choirs can receive over $300,000 from AGLC casinos, while St. Albert organizations may receive only around $40,000.
Oh.
And yet our costs to operate are essentially the same as those in Edmonton. So the lack of venues and the lack of resources has an impact on our community. There's opportunities lost. Young musicians, dancers, and actors are missing a chance to perform and be inspired by live art. Equity and inclusion. Arts access should never depend on who can pay premium rates or travel to Edmonton. There's always an economic ripple. When performances are canceled or moved away, local restaurants, shops, and hotels lose patrons. A healthy art sector drives local spending and tourism.
You have 30 more seconds. That's
Thank
just your warning.
Okay, that surprised me. So we imagine that by working together, we can have a purpose-built mid-sized art center, which satisfies flexible space for accommodating different groups, affordable rehearsal studios and classrooms, gallery and lobby spaces. I know it's a luxury and we're a long way down, but the fact of the matter is that local groups are being crushed by skyrocketing costs and a lack of venue. And we look forward to your leadership and assistance. Working together, we know we can build a stronger arts community. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Sue. Well done. I have a couple of questions from members of council. And then I know we had a time specific at 2 o'clock with the auditors, so I'll go to the questions. And then Ray, if you're okay, do you mind waiting till after the auditors? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. McDonald, for coming today. I appreciate your passion for what you do. And thanks for the invitation to come sing.
Anytime. We're a not auditioned choir, so you can come down anytime.
That might be beyond my courage capacity.
Oh, you never know.
Never
Never
know.
know.
You never know. Anyway, thank you. And thanks for bringing this issue to council's attention. The journey always starts with the first step. And so thank you for bringing it to our attention, and I wish you all the very best as you go into your new season. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So as the parent of a kid who travels to downtown Edmonton on Tuesdays for studio space, to West Edmonton for studio space on Wednesdays, and to the South Side on Saturdays to practice, I very much feel your pain. Do you know if there have been kind of discussions between, the various cultural groups in St. Albert about kind of joining forces to try to get something like this on our capital plan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, we know there's a need. We know,
Yeah.
we know within our own discussions of different nonprofit and arts organizations that we are all in the same boat,
Yeah.
right? So we understand there's a need, but there hasn't been
Kind
that collaboration yet.
Okay, that would be great to see.
Yes.
And I guess, Mayor, if you'll indulge me, our members of the singers sang at my father's funeral, and I'm curious if you sang with Eric Jolly when he was in your group. Might have been too long ago.
Might have been too long ago for me. Anyone else who's, no?
No, Eric Jolly. Okay.
Sorry.
You guys were great at the funeral, so thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you again for first of all, waiting for all of that. I appreciate that. Have you got any specific examples of best practice in other communities or anything that is out there that could start the conversation so that we could start to look at what would be available, or so we wouldn't have to necessarily start from scratch? I realize there's some benefits to build up, but is there some community that has, I mean, other than the Windspear Center or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Is there some community or like, I don't even know, like, would it be like a black box theater kind of a concept, like the school, or is that just my?
Yeah, we know that Morinville, they have a new community center, which is where we were forced to have our spring concert last year because there was no room at the inn here. But as far as best practices, we're not aware of any. So that needs to be researched.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think you've identified something we just don't have that event space in, like, we have the community hall, but it is starting to age. And well, it is aged.
1940. Yeah.
Probably earlier than that. Yeah. And it's been here since I've been here anyways. So I mean, that's certainly a gap in our community that a number of us have recognized, and I think it's something that we're actively looking at, investigating how we can move forward. So that's hence my question, if you have any examples out there. So
not yet, but we'll keep our eye open.
Well, and so we'll probably ask administration after and see what we can do to start the process, or if there's a problem.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to see us today. And it's wonderful to have people from the arts world here. I'm all in favor of the arts. So the question I had, how many are in your group and where are you practicing now?
We have right now around 50. Our yearly membership usually ranges between 50 or 60, depending on individual circumstances. Right now we are rehearsing at Muriel Martin in the gym. It's not the best acoustic space for a choral group, but it's free and we can afford it. So we can afford free. But yeah, so that's where we're located. And when we come to do concerts, we sometimes are able to, we often get the United Church here in St. Albert, but that's booking up quickly. And a lot of churches are, a growing number of churches are now restricting use of their venue to their own internal membership groups. So it is a diminishing resource for us, for churches.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you. And we'll start keeping our eyes open, seeing what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have an idea. So when the public school board got money to rebuild Polkane and tear down the old one, they did approach the city to try to have some sort of performing arts space. And I think the city didn't really entertain it at the time because it was pretty short notice and a significant amount of money to, but I think because, as we all know, they're planning for their next high school. Maybe it's, if we start early enough, like even before we get the funding, work with the school board, because every one of the high schools has some sort of programming. And I think the school board would be very interested in making that new high school an arts focused high school. And then you could start working with other groups in the city to raise, you know, maybe even 10% of the money or something to, I think that would be a really good win-win for the city, for your group, for the school boards. So that, and maybe even some provincial money in there to help too. So that would be my best idea.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that. We have reached out to Polkane to see if we could borrow their or use their existing facilities for concerts. And we've been advised that they're not ready for any of that at this time, but for future development.
Yeah, especially if you had a hand in the development and contribution to it, then there would be some sort of agreement, right?
Yeah, all our challenges, like everyone else, is getting the funding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have an operating budget of, I believe, $92,000. And that's in line with other choral groups in the region. It costs a lot of money to have a choral group, right? And with the disparity in the AGLC casino pool.
You'd be lucky if you got 40,000. I think it's close. It's under 20 for St. Albert Charities.
Well, exactly. Our last casino, we got 19,000, and we're not allowed to work at a casino for, I think it's almost another 36 months.
Yeah.
Whereby Edmonton has like every 22 months, Edmonton groups are allowed, right?
Oh yeah, this council's very well. We've been actually advocating to the province for changes in that model.
Yeah. I mean, if we could be included in that city pool instead of a rural pool, that would be phenomenal.
That would be, yeah.
I'd be happy.
All right, I see no more questions, but the seed has been planted.
Thank you.
All right, thank you
very much for your time.
Okay, let's jump ahead in our schedule to the auditors with KPMG. I assume they're just coming in virtually? Okay, that's why I just made sure I was in the Zoom meeting.
Mayor, do we want to do consent agenda before we move over there or no?
Well, they're time specific, so let's just
Whatever works for you.
yeah, let's just. I know they've been waiting, so let's get that done. Okay, are they here? Oh, there we go.
Yes, we're here on the line. Stella, I don't know if you wanted to kick anything off.
My video is not saying it's not working. I click it, but saying it.
Brittany, were you thinking Stella is anyone introducing?
Yes, Stella was going to, I believe, the screen sharing. Is she coming up?
Yeah, there I am.
There we go.
Hello, Madam Mayor and members of council. With this opportunity, actually, I would like to, for Mayor Herron, I also want to say congratulations for 15 years of service and all the best in your ventures ahead.
Thanks.
Brittany Southworth from QPMG here to present 2025 audit plan.
Great. Thank you very much, Stella, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having me here today to present the audit plan for the City of St. Albert consolidated financial statements. As Stella mentioned, my name is Brittany Southworth, and I am the lead audit engagement partner for the City of St. Albert, representing KPMG as your external auditor. I'll take over and share my screen if I can. All right, great. Hopefully everyone can see that. So in addition to our audit of the city's financial statements, we are also separately engaged to report on the city's municipal financial information return, the library financial statements, and the FCSS grant program. Our audit strategy this year will be very, very similar to last year. You might recall that in the last couple of years, we have had new accounting standards that have come into effect, which required incremental effort on behalf of both administration as well as KPMG. But there are no such standards applicable in the current year, so should be a fairly status quo audit year for us. In addition, at the end of the prior year audit, we had no remaining open control deficiencies or other items for administration to address. So if any new matters arise in the current year, we will report those to council within our 2025 audit findings report that will happen in April. All right, so as a refresher, an audit is designed to detect errors in your financial statements that are considered material, which really just means if left unadjusted, that error could impact the decisions of a user of the financial statements. So it's an amount that guides and gives us a direction in terms of the audit work we will perform. Does not mean that we look only at transactions larger than this amount. We do examine on a test basis both large and small transactions. So we determine initial materiality based on an estimate of total expenses for the year, and that's sourced from the city's 2025 budget. This has resulted in a materiality of 7.5 million, slightly higher from last year as a result of the higher projected expenditures. If any errors are identified, we would report any errors that are greater than 375,000 to council. So a number well under this materiality threshold. This slide here outlines our scoping decisions with respect to the consolidated financial statements, and it shows the resulting percentage of total assets and total revenues that will end up being subject to audit procedures. So as you can see, by scoping in the majority of the accounts of the city, we do plan to achieve a very high degree of coverage, approximately 97 to 99% of these metrics. And the untested amounts that do exist primarily relate to the library, the Arts and Heritage Foundation, and some accounts within the city, which we have determined the risk of error is remote. Consistent with previous years and as required by auditing standards, our audit is associated with a presumed and non-rebuttable significant risk related to management override of controls. We'll plan to address that through testing of journal entries, evaluating estimates, and significant unusual transactions, if any. And we haven't identified any other significant risks with respect to the city's financial statements. Every year, you'll likely recall we circulate a questionnaire to council members that deals with the concepts on this slide. So this slide contains the inquiries which have been or shortly will be formally requested of council via a letter. So that's a procedure that happens every year, and we will be asking that of council in the coming weeks. And lastly here, we've agreed on timing with administration, gone through our key deliverables, and we plan to start doing some work in the fall as usual and complete our year-end procedures in March. We'll present our audit findings to council in April, and our timeline really just works back from that in order to meet that deadline. That concludes our report. We have included a couple of appendices for information purposes, so won't go into those at this time. Happy to answer any questions from council and really appreciate the opportunity to work with the City of St. Albert.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate all the work you do for the city of St. Albert. Any questions for Brittany? Councillor Hughes, go ahead. No,
Mayor, I'll just let Mike go first. I'm just gonna find my exact spot in the screen
Pardon?
first. I'll let Mike go first because I just want to find the spot on the screen before
Mike,
I.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation and past work in previous years, but just a question around materiality. So materiality based at 7.5 million of our total budget, but I thought I heard you said that you would actually do inspections well below that threshold. Did I hear that correctly? And if I did, could you just restate what the number was?
Yeah, absolutely. So we examine transactions large and small, usually using statistical techniques. So the materiality threshold doesn't really come into play there. But the smaller number that I mentioned was if we identify an error, if that error is over 375,000, that would go on our list of misstatements that would be reported to council. Any errors under that 375,000 would be considered trivial and not an audit misstatement.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good clarity, and it really just shows the rigor that and level of detail that this audit goes into, which is a great comfort. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I'm just on your slide about significant risks.
Yes.
Just if you could just expand a little bit about how it says management override of controls as a unique position to perpetuate fraud. I understand that it would be a potential. Is this a common thing that you're seeing in municipalities, or I was surprised when I saw that highlighted?
Yeah, so it's actually not specific to municipalities, nor is it specific at all to the city of St. Albert. It's a required significant risk by our auditing standards. So it's a presumed risk that we're not able to rebut. It's applicable to every single audit because the concept is that in any type of organization, there is always the potential for there to be a management override of controls. So every audit has to have a procedure to address that risk.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, this is just being highlighted, but it's also something you would basically see everywhere. If you were, regardless of the municipality or probably larger organization, this would be identified as a significant risk and treated the same. Is that right?
Exactly. Every single audit. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, is there any more questions? I see none. Oh, Councillor Jolly, oh, you want to make a motion? Go ahead.
That the 2025 audit plan prepared by KPMG provided as an attachment titled City of St. Albert 2025 Audit Planning Report to the September 16, 2025 agenda report titled 2025 External Financial Audit Plan be approved.
All right, I accept that. Any opening statements? No. Anyone else on debate? All right, I will call for the vote. That motion pass, or that voting's done now, it passes unanimously. Brittany, thank you so much for coming. Sorry we made you wait a little bit longer than we thought. Appreciate your patience.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks. Okay, back to our regular scheduled programming. We still have one more presentation, and that is from Mr. Ray Watkins on a topic on the agenda. So you said 8.6. Okay.
Well, once again, I want to thank you, Kathy, for your service, and that was quite the tribute to your service to the city, and it was well deserved. So, and I'm just here to bug you one last time. I can't let you go without bothering you guys one more time. So I just want to say I'm here to speak on that item. I've been involved. I've been involved in the land use planning and development industry for 40 years, and I've been developing land for 30 years. I started developing land in 1994 for Genstar, Deer Ridge, Dorchester, and Lacombe Park Estates here in our wonderful city. I have personally paid millions of dollars in levies. I've been on numerous committees that have talked about levies and been involved in levies, ensuring that levies are kept in efficient and at as low as a minimum price as possible. I've been the past chair of the Urban Development Institute of Edmonton and the Urban Development Institute of Alberta. So I'm coming here with a lot of credibility, I believe, on the issue of land development and policies. It seems to be a concerted effort to stop growth in the north of St. Albert. The MVP talked about growth versus non-growth versus priority growth. I think that the intent of these categories have been twisted beyond what has been intended. The intent of the MVP was not to stop growth in the north, it was to promote growth in the west, and I think the city has done that. We're proposing another policy here today, and the policy, it's at the conclusion. The proposed front-ending policy provides principles to guide for consistent decision-making on how the city invests in off-site levy infrastructure. The goal is for each principle is to provide a framework to promote efficient use of the city's resources while maintaining flexibility. I move to you that more policies don't help create more flexibility, they help create less flexibility, because these policies are often used to thwart, stop, and restrict development, and often restrict flexibility as opposed to get more flexibility. I submit that we already have a number of principles in place that talk about how off-site levy should be spent and what you should invest in. Those principles are in place. They're in place all throughout your documents. So what is the purpose of an off-site levy bylaw, you may ask? The purpose of the off-site levy bylaw is to upfront and fund infrastructure that can't be funded by the developer. And why can't the developer fund it? Because there are huge amounts of money that show no return that benefit more than just the one area of the developer is. And there are 25-year amortization rates, long time these things are not paid back for 25 years. How is a developer supposed to go and fund millions of dollars to upfront infrastructure that they can't get paid back for 25 years? There's not even a mechanism in place besides some things in the development agreement to allow for this to occur. That's why the municipality started levies. It was to upfront these huge things. We've known about this issue in the Northeast for 10, 15 years that we're in a shortage here. The development of land is, there's kind of an offset here between your municipal levy bylaw and what you're hearing from staff. They're saying that none of the annexation lands are needed for 25 years, but the levy bylaw shows a huge map of all the lands that will be developed in 25 years, and the majority of lands in the Northeast Area Structure Plan are shown being developed within the 25-year time frame. So there's a huge disconnect here. You've already added that $77 million worth of costs into your levy bylaw and are collecting it from the developers already. As a municipality, we have the right to try to find a solution to this. And the solution isn't writing more policies to try to thwart development in the Northeast. The solution is to get back to the table with the development industry and talk about how we can bring down this 77 million, or how we can find a way to fund the 77 million to end the servicing crisis in the Northeast. It's simply not to produce another policy. So that's really what I want to say. The development industry has spent, you say, why doesn't the development industry put up more money to help upfront the 77 million? Okay, you look what the developers have already upfronted. They bought land in your municipality, okay? The levies currently are between $355,000 and $535,000 per hectare, or $130,000 and $195,000 an acre. We're already paying that. We're building infrastructure. When the developer builds a development, he dedicates 10% to municipal reserves, he builds the parks, he builds the roadways, he upfronts a lot of infrastructure. So coming to us and saying, we have a $77 million nut to crack, why don't you guys come up with some more cash and it's just unreasonable. We can't find a way to finance, the industry can't finance. That was the purpose of the levies. So I ask you today, don't put another policy in place that's just gonna put more rules and regulations and guidelines that people can use them to help stop development. Let's try to find a way to solve the $77 million solution and get our Northeast moving. This talk that it's a no growth area is ridiculous. It's a growth area. Priority growth is on the west end. You prioritize that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray.
Ding.
Any questions for Ray? Councillor Hughes.
Hi, thanks for coming, Ray. I just wanted, can you just reiterate, because I know you're talking fast because you got to get the whole
5 minutes
piece
in.
in 5 minutes and
Correct.
you did it.
Yes.
So I'm just going to slow you down again. So you were saying that the reason that the levies were established was because the cost of it was,
Okay.
you guys couldn't finance it? Is that what I'm hearing?
The reason why offsite levies were originally implemented was because say that this huge pipe is needed that's $15 million to get over here to develop an area. And then the developer owns a section of land. He can't go to the bank and finance the development on his land, and then also go finance the $25 million offsite requirement. Banks will not do that. What are they going to finance that against? They will not let you finance it over 25 years in the first place. Banks want 3 to 5 to get their money back. They're not going to find upfront infrastructure that benefits others also, because that's what these large offsites do. They benefit more than just you. So it's impossible for the developer to go and borrow money to upfront these huge processes. So that's why the offsite levy system was started, so that the municipality who can borrow money at a cost lower than the developer can also amortize it over 25 or 30 years, can also regulate the refunds and the returns of those funds to the money, and, you know, like administer the fund. That's why offsite levies were started. And here we now are at a situation where you are collecting the funds for the levies for these projects, and the area has been stopped up there in the Northeast because they say there's no servicing costs. There's no money. Okay, well, we've been putting the money into the fund, and you've added that to the levy, and your own levy says that most of those lands in the Northeast Area Structure Plan are going to be developed within 25 years, but you're hearing they're not needed and that we should just concentrate on the West. We've heard that there's a lot of land within the city of St. Albert that we can get those lots from. We don't need anything in the Northeast. Untrue. Like, you look at Regency. It's been sitting with a hole in the middle for 25 years. I fought like hell when I was on this council to get a little park over there, and now we still sit with a big hole in the middle. And I bet you nobody on staff has talked to the developer over there, Murray or Cantier, or found out what their plans are, but I know what their plans are. Nothing, sitting on that land. So we got to get the city moving, and what we need to do is try to find a way to solve the 77 million. And like I said, another policy that says how we're going to spend offsite levy dollars and how we should spend it is not what we need. Those policies are already in place.
So, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted just for clarity though. So what you're basically also saying in that statement was that really, if we ask for this type of like a large upfront cost of 10 or 20 million from the developers,
Right.
that they really can't come up with it because the banks won't finance it because of the greater good issue, and they will only finance if it directly benefits your investment and the investment exceeds your land area.
100%. And the bank is working on a rate of return. When you go into the bank to borrow money for your development, they want to look at, okay, your land costs 2 million, your servicing costs are 2 million, you're selling for 6 million. It's really simple math. Okay, 2 and 2 is 4, you're selling for 6, you make 2 million. Then you throw on, well, we want to borrow another 5 million to give to the city, which we're going to get back, well, we don't know when, maybe in 25 years. It's not financeable. We met with your staff and told them that at meetings when we talked about offsite levies, that they said the city's asking you to upfront, the development industry to upfront these millions of dollars to get this moving. And we kept saying, we can't upfront those millions of dollars. Maybe some huge publicly traded company. I don't even think Melcor is a publicly traded company wants to upfront millions of dollars that don't show a return that they can't finance at the bank, right? So like I said, if you just look at the history of why offsite levies bylaws were created, this is the reason why the city could come up with a better interest rate, finance this type of infrastructure over 25 years to facilitate the development in areas where some developer couldn't come up with it. You know, we've been asked, Melcor, like I said, I'm here on my own today. I'm not getting paid by anybody. I'm just here as a citizen. But, you know, you've asked Melcor, you went to Melcor and you went to Melcor and Landers and said, how much money are you going to upfront? We need to know how much money you're going to upfront before we approve this 77 million. Upfronted all sorts of money. They own all sorts of land here. They're paying the levies of $300,000 to $500,000 a hectare. We've been paying those levies to get that pipe in anticipation that somebody's going to help us get the pipe for years. How many years now? And if you look at the levies, those costs are in the levies right now. They're added in there. There's 50 something million for the sanitary and so many million for the storm, and those levies are charged pretty much. I think the road is citywide, so that's not an issue. The sanitary varies throughout the city, but a lot of people pay a big rate. The water is the same throughout the city, so everybody's paying for it. So yeah, I just don't know why we need, what the purpose of the policy is, and I think they're already in place.
Okay,
Thank you. That was very educational.
yeah,
Thank you.
I think, I don't know if you're gonna stick around, or maybe watch that at home on YouTube. I just want to be clear that we're not changing the offsite levy bylaw at all.
No.
And we don't have a policy at all around when we front end and when we don't front end.
Well, I think that's in the offsite levy bylaw. The offsite levy bylaw talks about upfronting, and the whole purpose of the bylaw and background.
We'll have to maybe ask that, but
Talk about why you have an offsite levy bylaw. I think,
and,
like I
and
said,
I'm
it's
gonna
basic.
say, Ray, in the 15 years that I've been elected, we've only front-ended twice.
Right,
Project 9 and now Lakeview.
right.
Because Ray Gibbon Drive, all the levies were already collected, so we had to just pay for that ourselves.
Right.
So I think Councillor Hughes brought this motion forward like earlier this year, something like that, that the intention is if there's gonna be all these demands coming on us in the next 5 or 10 years, we're gonna have to make some heavy choices.
Yeah.
And the policy is just meant to guide the choice. It's not meant to stop Northeast.
Yeah.
And this is not about Northeast.
Well,
I-
when you read it,
Yeah. Yeah, it's timing wise, but it's definitely not about the Northeast.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Like I
Because
said,
there's some municipalities that have policies say we will never front end. And
Yeah.
that's not where we want to go here.
well, that,
Yeah.
if you're never gonna front end, then you shouldn't have an offsite levy bylaw, and you shouldn't be collecting a bunch of offsite levies, because that's the purpose of an offsite levy bylaw, is to help with front ending of infrastructure that needs to be built.
Yeah, anyway, hopefully you'll sit around for the
Okay,
conversation.
yeah, say, thank you very
Well-
much. And like I said, once again, all the best, Madam Mayor, and anybody else who's, not,
Wes, actually, we have a
returning.
question. Sorry, Greg,
Oh,
hold on
sorry.
1 minute.
okay.
Go ahead, Wes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Watkins, for coming today. I appreciate your background in this. My only question to you is, were you approached for input onto the development of this policy in any way?
I myself wasn't, no. I don't know, I don't know if Build was.
We need to set the principles before they go get the input. That's the next step.
Yeah, I kind of read that. It said that they were gonna get input after the fact. I was kind of wondering why we didn't get input before the fact.
Directions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But 100% the development community will be
Yeah.
involved with this. Yeah.
I would be more than happy to be involved. Send me an email.
Okay. Thanks.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for
Okay.
your time. All the best. What's that? You still got a week left here? Oh,
Oh, to run.
I think I'm gonna formally announce that I am.
Not.
No. I don't know, maybe someday, you never know.
Any business arising? I mean, I think the only one really is the performing arts facility. Is any questions of staff before we go to the consent agenda? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to consent agenda. We have 2 things pulled off. Who wants to read it in? Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna go watch it at home. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. See you, Ray.
See you later.
Thank you for coming today.
Bye.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just slow. That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of September 2nd, 2025, and standing committee of the whole minutes of September 9th, 2025. 7.1, emergency advisory committee meeting recommendations, St. Albert Emergency Management Plan, CMP update. 7.2, standing committee of the whole item, access to transit mobility services pilot project. 8.2, public tax sale.
Awesome.
9.2, bylaw 23/2025, access to information and protection of privacy omnibus amending bylaw, first, second, and third readings.
All right, a call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. All right, next on our agenda was on consent. We just approved the council meetings for September 2nd and the SCOW meetings from last week. 7.1 was on consent, which was the approval of the updated community emergency management plan. That committee met and talked about that. We also approved what we discussed at SCOW last week, that a 2-year transit mobility services pilot project be approved in the amount of up to 150,000 commencing in 2026 to be funded from the stabilization reserve. The property tax sale we just approved on consent. The motion was that the city assessor be delegated the responsibility under section 419A of the Municipal Government Act to set a reserve bid for each parcel of land on the tax arrears list that is to be offered for sale at the October 23rd, 2025 public tax sale with the condition that the city assessor set the reserve bid as close as reasonably possible to the market value of each property. And the second motion was that the terms and conditions of sale provided as an attachment to the September 16th, 2025 agenda report entitled 2025 public tax sale be approved. Hopefully those tax arrears will be cleared up before the sale occurs. All right, the next thing on our agenda is the policy flag display and commemorative lighting. It was pulled off consent by Councilor Bermansky for questions. So go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for administration. There's quite a few things in this policy I find a little bit wonky, so to speak. The last page 69 in our agenda, where it tops out to commemorate the death of a current or former city mayor or councillor, and the correct spelling was changed to misspelled in the document. So that's just a minor correction. And then following, the city will recognize the following days of significance with appropriate colors of commemorative light, LED lights on exterior of St. Albert Place. So it says the following days of significance. And then we have 14 days listed in the list, and we don't have Canada Day in there as far as I can see, as well as others missing. And then there's 5 instances of month. So it's a policy saying days, yet we've got Black History Month in the same month as Pink Shirt Day, but it's not clarified which day is the actual day it will be lit up. We've got May is Sexual Violence Awareness Month. So I'm questioning why it's under days when it's listing a month. And then we have Mental Health Awareness Week, and we have Métis Week and Pride Month. So I'm confused at the list, why it's not just a list of days.
Okay, so you pointed out one spelling error. Did we catch that one? Okay, and now, so that's a good question, Councilor Bermansky. So should we put a date for Black History Month? Like, we're not lighting up for the whole month. So, Mr. Fletcher? Oh.
Yeah,
there.
thank you.
Yeah, okay.
The point's well taken. I think I'll let Mr. Pearson perhaps have the first piece of the answer in terms of the rationale behind it and the practicalities. I would remind council again that this is a policy and there will be a corresponding administrative directive with some of those details. But that level of detail that is something that we can certainly look at. Go ahead, Mr. Pearson.
Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, thanks for flagging that. That, as Mr. Fletcher notes, a lot of the actual practicality and how we're going to be administering this is going to be in the administrative directive. What we are anticipating is being able to, on an annual basis, on a year-by-year basis, for instance, when we're looking at Pride Month, if the public has not requested any other days be acknowledged during Pride Month, then the city could be free to say, the building is going to be lit for the entire month of June to commemorate Pride Month. And in those cases where we have events weeks that are 2 commemorative events happening in 1 week, we would again balance those against public requests and then split the week depending on sort of what the demands look like. So this was we tried to keep this list to this relative core list of days that are commonly recognized both at the provincial and federal level, as well as identified in the UNESCO list of days. And to be honest, when we were doing our research, we could probably have 3 different colors of light every single day of the year. There's so many different things to acknowledge. So the goal here was to identify things that were important, but to leave enough flexibility for residents to make an application or request certain colors on certain days, and then administratively we would divvy up the.
What about what about the omission of July 1st for Canada?
Yeah, that'll be added, Mayor.
Oh, do you want a motion? No? So,
I mean,
are you guys okay if Canada Day gets added?
Yes, of course.
So that would have been, I think part of the confusion there is that tried as much on the key elements to mirror the flag policy as well,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
And the Canada flag always flies. So it's
Right,
a point
oh,
very
yeah.
well taken. Canada Day absolutely would be the principal purpose of that lighting on that day.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And my question is, you know, what I've been trying to stress here before is policy. We can get ourselves in trouble when we have policy that's so generic and policy with no actual days printed. So could we not have where it says the list is these days? Should we not dedicate a day for this or a day for this? Rather than just printing a month or weeks or what have you?
Certainly, Mr. Pearson, please feel free to jump in. I think there's some cases we can do that. There's a legitimate question to be had, council. If for example, when we raise Pride flag for Pride Month, it flies for the month, right? And so is this the same? Do you want to designate a specific day? They can certainly have that debate and let us know. Some of the key days actually change from year to year. So Pink Shirt Day is a good example, right? On what day that falls when there's so we can define some of those things. Some of those things will mark based on an annual cycle, right? When those dates actually come about. But the purpose of the lighting is what's framed in this. Mr. Pearson, do you want to add anything?
Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky. Yeah, Mr. Fletcher had it right on the head. I think in addition to that, we do the definition of day does include multiple days, so it isn't just restricted to one day. The policy does say that that day can be more than one day. So,
okay. My concern is that then you're picking and choosing who gets more days if we just don't have a day for all groups, right? One celebration day. And it's also the, you know, the cost, right? The cost to light up the building for a long period of time or whatever. So the policy to me is about celebrating a day. And, you know, I'm fine with everything that's listed here, but when we're just making this judgment call of who gets 2 weeks, who gets a month, who gets, you know, 4 days, 1 day, whatever, it should be a clear policy where it's 1 day per recognition. And I think that was the intent of the lighting to begin with. So I don't know if
further questions, so?
Well, the question is, can we just have it listed as 1 day within the policy per is my question, I guess, at the end.
The short answer is yes, but we'd ask for, make a motion and council can tell us to alter this and we would bring it back once that's complete.
Okay, well, I can do that then and we'll bring it back, I guess, but this is our last meeting, so.
Yeah, that's correct. It would come
Yeah.
to a new council. Yeah.
Sorry, just to clarify, it actually would not need to come back. If we amend it on the floor today, then we can approve the policy as amended if the amending motion passed today. So it would not need to return as long as everybody understood what the amendment was and it got and approved, then it would not need to be brought back.
So Councillor Bermansky, would you know what day you would want Black History Month?
No, I would just say
exactly.
a day in June for.
So
a day, because I understand that the dates would change, whether it be day of the week or because there's not a dedicated day. But you can dedicate a particular day of the month.
All right, so we'll get to that in a sec, but any other questions? Councillor Killick, you want to go?
Yeah, I kind of had a similar question, but it was around Alberta Day, actually, that is not listed, similar to Canada Day, September 1st. And to just build on Councillor Bermansky's comments, although there are months that are associated with some of these events, there are typically a particular day that is significant to the start of that month or within that month that is a significant day. Like Pride Day is June 28th. Black History Day is February 1 that kicks off the month. Pink Shirt Day, February 25th. So there are, I think with a little bit of research, that could have been defined specific days that we would absolutely recognize within the broader scope of the month, and recognize some may float as has been identified in the policy, that it's it's not a specific number date, but it's, second Wednesday of a particular month. So I think there could have been a little bit of clarity around that.
I think that comes in the admin directive. Yeah.
I think that's the tension, Counselor. And so, if council wants the sort of, and I don't like the prescriptive list of this shall be it and those details, we can absolutely produce that. Frankly, there was discussion about whether some of those key days should be in the policy at all, or whether the concept should be, the guidance should be directed. We opted to put this in there, I think, for this express purpose, right? To ensure that council has oversight on those key elements that you want covered. And so that can absolutely be taken away and do that. Again, this sort of parallels a little bit the flag policy, and it's a little bit of apples and oranges, right? Because some of those flags fly permanently, but yes, it can be done, to your point. And if that's the level of fidelity and detail you want on this, with the understanding that, that the requests by community groups or by the community would be dealt with an administrative directive, right? Some of those other issues, that work can certainly be done. But that I would posit is not something that I would be comfortable saying amend it and be good with it. I would feel more comfortable bringing that back for a new council to look at those specifics.
Yeah, my observation would be where I kind of got a little bit confused is we have under 0.5, all of the ones that are listed seems to start to be, I don't know, a little bit more prescriptive. So then when I saw a few that were missing, Canada Day and Alberta Day, I thought, okay, do we bring that up here? Or is that later in the administrative directive that actually then starts to flush it all out? So it kind of gets, it's half of the list and subject to additions. That's what I looked at, so.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I noticed there's not like a lot of really happy days. Like we don't have like Family Day and Mother's Day and Father's Day. And I kind of see the lights as like a happy thing. Like I realize we can commemorate sad things and memorials, but is there a reason why we did not include those things?
Yeah, no, your point's well taken. I think that the difficulty is, as was stated, we could have 3 different lights for every day of the year. And so what is absolutely in this policy, and then what would we do, right? Again, the trick is, where's that tear line? I guess, right? As we try and list everything, we can't be everything to everybody all the time. Your point's well taken, right? For Mother's Day, for some of the key, my certain full expectation is that we would have some sort of approach and we would put the lights on for those things. But we didn't list them all out, because we'd have 365, a list of stuff. And so your point's well taken, Councillor. I think it's just the tension trying to figure out where that tear line is.
Okay, because Mayor, I'm willing to put forward a couple of amendments that, and we can debate them, obviously. I would, that to include some other dates and also to specify that the lights will only be lit up for no more than 3 days. So that way we have a limitation on month versus otherwise, but that's just, I'll send it right away.
Okay. And Mr. Fletcher wasn't going to bring this up, but I will now because it's off the consent. Page 70 of the package, which is a new section on the LED lights, number 6. Community groups interested in displaying commemorative LED lighting at Center Place shall apply to the city. The CAO or delegate may approve or deny the application. I find that a little bit at odds with what we do with half-mast for flags, where you and I make the decision together. I feel like you might be setting yourself up for an angry council if you light up City Hall for July 4th, for example.
Yeah, clearly that would not happen. But well, never say never, I guess, right? But you know, your point's well taken. I think the reason, the logic behind that is that lights are not flags, to be totally clear, right? In terms of the hierarchy and the importance.
Yeah.
Flags are absolutely, especially as we talk about, the flags that you find behind you, especially the red and white one, right? I mean, that's
Yeah, there's protocols.
That's preeminent,
Yeah.
right? And so that's the reason for it. Absolutely, if you know, the same process in terms of that can certainly be followed. We don't get a ton of community requests for flags. Most of them tend to be, you know, things that come from related to a specific day of commemoration. Often, you know, as you know, we follow the provincial
Yeah.
half-masting policy as an example. So yes, Mayor, if that would make more comfortable, we could absolutely do that.
Yeah,
And
but I mean, I'm
synchronize
just
those things,
thinking-
but that was the logic, is it's two different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because I was going through my memories of my time in 2018 when the Humboldt crash happened. I don't think the province went half-mast, but because we lost 4, we went half-mast. So, and that was the decision that the city manager and I made at the time. And then you could light up the building in green. But I just don't want you to put yourself in a situation that you're at odds with your council.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor. Again, that could certainly be done. I think there will be many more requests for lights than there were for flags. So
Right,
it'll be.
yeah. Yeah, and if you started saying yes to all of them or no to all of them, then council's gonna be like, what's going on? So,
Yeah, we can mirror that approval
Yeah,
process.
okay. All right, Councillor Jolly's gonna put a motion on the floor and we can start amending it. One by one.
That policy CAO 19, flag display and commemorative lighting, attached to the agenda report dated September 16, 2025, entitled Amendment to Policy CAO 19, flag display and commemorative lighting, be approved as amended by adding Canada Day and Alberta Day.
So Mayor, sorry, could we just actually do motions to amend the policy first? And then if
Don't you
once,
have to, I always feel like you have to have the motion on the floor before you amend it.
well, not the motion, it's the policy that's being amended. So if we drafted the motion to amend the policy that's presented today to update section 5 to include another day, then afterwards we can approve the policy as amended. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we would do other, like that just contemplates one amendment, but I suspect there may be others. So in this way, we could do all of the amendments, get them through.
Council, I don't know how you feel about this, and I don't want to rush you, but this is our last council meeting and we have a ton of stuff. We could approve this as is, and you guys could send in notices of motion, because if we're going to be adding days, we're going to have 2 hours of debate on Mother's Day, Father's Day, those kind of things. I think it's too detailed for today's meeting, is what I'm saying. I mean, you can all send in your notices of motion for the next council to talk about in their first meeting next year. Does that work? Yeah, well, you and I. We can sort of maybe, Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, well, I think the other option is to just sort of table it, right? I mean, and just tell me to go away and do the work and I'll bring it back to a new council. Right. And so again, in the intervening time frame, we would still be using the lights, right? The intention is providing everything's functional to have them lit up on the 30th of September.
Okay.
I would inform you as to what those would look like. I think in the intervening time frame, that's another option. As I think I've received very clear guidance and understand, I think, what council wants out of this. So I defer to Marta, but that might be an easier way to do it.
Okay,
If it
yeah,
was just a simple thing, right? I think a motion would have worked if it's a more fulsome review.
Okay.
If you're not comfortable with this now, we could take it away.
I don't think it's, that we're not comfortable with the way it is. We just want to add to it, which is, right. Councillor Jolly already made a motion. I can't remember.
Sorry, did you accept the motion?
Did I accept it?
I
Probably
don't
not.
believe
Okay.
so.
So, but we, okay. Councillor Hughes, or Burmez, you had a question, maybe?
I do have a question. I mean, I brought this forward because I had lots of questions with it, and to just jump forward with an amendment of 2 things. It's my point of view that I'd like to, have administration be allowed to do what I've just asked them to do. So that would.
So table it would be your first choice. Okay.
I have a ton of amendments, Mayor, and I'd rather just have it sent and let them brainstorm and think about happy places to add to the list as well. So instead of having us nitpick it, I'd rather just expand it. We put $250,000 into this. Let's put this thing up as much as possible for every reason we can think of that's happy too.
Go ahead.
Could I suggest a motion that a council will have to a certain date, maybe at the end of this week, perhaps, to send in all of their desired amendments to administration, and administration return the policy IQ 126, something similar.
Yep.
And then that way there's a process, to gather feedback and then bring it back to the new council when it's ready. Okay, I'll draft something to that effect.
Okay, Counselor Jolly does not want to table it. She's made the motion. I cannot refuse it, so I'll accept it. And so your motion also includes to add Canada Day, right? Just so there's direction. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And council, no matter what we do here, you'll still be able to make motions anyway, go ahead, Councillor Jolly, I'll let you speak.
Yeah, so the reason I'm moving this is I have every confidence that administration has the expertise and judgment to deal with the many, many requests that we will get to have the lights be a certain color to celebrate whatever it is. Certainly, we could absolutely get into very high detail and be very, very specific about which days go what. But I don't believe that's the role of council. I believe the role of council is to kind of set the intent behind the use of a particular facility, and I have every confidence that they can run with that. I do really worry about getting specific about things like, for Black History Month, you're only allowed 3 days to commemorate this. Well, on Black History Month, we might have, one event on a Thursday that's, downtown, and that we want to have those lights on. And then maybe there's another one on Saturday, and then there's another one on the following Tuesday. And limiting those lights to just 3 days is going to create real problems for administration and the council of the day if we are that prescriptive. For any times where there are conflicts. So, Pride Month is for a whole month. We have many different things going on during Pride Month. Maybe there's one day in that month or 2 days that month that administration has to make the choice to do it a different color. And I think that's totally fine. I think they're capable of doing that. I didn't pull this off consent because I was I know that we have the Canadian flag up all the time. I know that we have the provincial flag up all of the time. So we are very respectful of kind of those two flags. Those are permanent flags in front of the building. So I wasn't too concerned about that, but I am happy to add Canada Day, particularly because there's always lots happening on Canada Day, and even that whole weekend really, wherever it falls. So I'm happy to move this forward. And then again, I would remind everyone that, like Mayor Sept said, amendments can come in at any time. So notice of motion and council can debate those changes at any time. But in the meantime, this is ready to go.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting against it. I'm hoping that we actually just can go back and get it done and have admin just come back with a finished product that everybody would be feeling comfortable with. I was more than happy to bring forward the amendments and have us discuss it, but if the agenda length is the reason why we can't, then I just think that instead of just saying that it's good enough, I think I'd just rather go back and have the feedback that we provided and let administration go forward with it. There hasn't been a discussion about it before it came to council. This is the first time. And the concerns that Councillor Bromeski has about just like listing the entire month and week and date, not really being clear about what the intention is behind that can lead to some level of confusion. And it also can lead to some kind of some people just being upset about, some people get extra treatment, other people don't get it. There has to be some kind of consistency and clarity in that policy so they don't come back and tell the city manager that they disagree with his interpretation of the policy because there was some ambiguity into it. But the reality is about specifying the dates, we're already there. They listed them. And they didn't say limited to, subject to, but not including. Like, it didn't say like including, but not limited to. This are the dates. So you can't say we can't go into the weeds when we just got a bunch of weeds. So the reality is that if we're going to go, either going to go vague and say we're not, like a vague statement, or you're going to go back and list it and say these are them and not limited to, and that's not listed in here. So if we're not going to be doing amendments, if we're not going to be actually doing that, then we need to just go back and let them come back and give us another date. They're not going to stop this from happening. But I think that the limitation of what we have here, considering the investment we put into it, does not match. Let's really use this and have it be a showcase for it's in our place. And so that's why I'd like to just go back and either debate them for real and take the time now because it's on our plate now. And I don't feel like pushing it off just because we have a heavy agenda. or go back and let administration come back with a different document for discussion. I think those are either one of those two options.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, I agree that once we opened the discussion, it became kind of, you know, we'll end up with a huge long list of days, and that was not my intention by any means. And I note in the backgrounder that this policy, it just adds a short list of days which council will recognize subject to changes. So I do like proceeding with what we have as drafted and recommended, and that always council can come back at any time in the future and make amendments they see fit. But upon reflection of kind of where we are at, and that this high level policy, and there's, you know, more dates available to be defined. Personally, I think Canada Day and Alberta Day are pretty happy days. So I'm happy that they're in there, but let's proceed with what we have. And as always, this council and or councils of the future at any time can make amendments that they would like as individuals, and we can tweak it as we go. But let's go with what we have right now. I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Councillor Romansky.
As mentioned previously, the main task of council is to design policy that works, policy that you can follow, policy that guides the community. And when we develop policy that says we can send in stuff and change it later, well, then it's not a concise policy. It's not finished. It's not proper, I guess, how I would see it. Also, in the first or second paragraph of this, it said the city can help promote a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable community by, and then it talks about all these days. Well, first of all, we're dividing when we're splitting different amounts of days between different groups, and that's not providing equity to anyone. And clarity, equity is treating everyone equally under the same ideas, the same principles, the same policies in complete clarity. And that's what I feel is missing from this policy as it sits. I appreciate administration and in the intent of just getting the policy done before we were done. But I also believe that it's important for you to have it right on the other side of the table as well, where you don't have people coming towards you to change everything, and just have it concise, and it is what it is. So I'll vote against it too. Thank you.
Thank you all. Anyone else? Well, I would say this is, I wouldn't describe this policy as just good enough. I think it's quite good and quite thoughtful. I'm going to completely support passing it today with the complete expectation that if a few days might be added and clarification around number of days, and I might send in something about the mayor being involved with the decision on other days for lights. But when I look at the list of the lights, just off the top of my head, there are 3 between today. Yeah. Police and Police Officers National Day, National Truth Reconciliation, and maybe Mental Health Awareness Week. That will occur before the next council even is sworn in. So it would be nice for Mr. Fletcher to at least have a policy to guide his actions in this interim period. So I'm going to support you, Councillor Jolly, with the understanding that it will be changed soon. Oh, did you want to go? Go for it. No. Yeah, go ahead. No, cool.
I've just been sitting here listening, and I read this and I said, well, there's no way we're going to get this right out of the gate. And we can sit here and argue about what commemorative lighting actually means and what commemorative lighting means for, let me just pull one up here, because I don't know what it means for, let me get the day here. And maybe somebody has this, but the day, National Day of Mourning for those who had suffered and died in the workplace. what's commemorative lighting for that? Is this just printing going across the screen, or is there a particular lighting scheme? You know what, there could be all sorts of things. But I can guarantee you, we won't get it right out of the gate. So I'm kind of with the idea, let's give this particular policy, and I appreciate the desires for changes already, but let's give this particular policy to the administration and let them figure it out. And when we see it in action, then we'll be able to make some learned comments about what is to come, is my opinion.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes by majority with Councillor Mansky and Hughes opposed. Okay, so now we did public tax sale. Okay, we are on the Oakmont Trail. Mike, you had some questions, right?
Yes, Mary did. Thank you. Just on the, I'd like to get clarity on the additional $360,000 contingency and make sure that I understand it correctly, because I looked at the capital worksheet and it says the construction is 130 of that to cover work on the bridge, I believe, that is already now beyond what the original budget scope was. And then there is just a general contingency because inflation and whatever else is going on, that's another 230. Is that make sure there was lots of numbers and percentages that followed that, but I'm going off the capital worksheet because it was simple.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. I'll ask Ms. Donnie George to begin.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. Through the chair to Councillor Killick, we will just start and I'll pass on to Miranda. She's the capital CPO project manager. The contingency that you have noted in the capital worksheet is overall contingency that we try to add 10% to the overall construction. So it's not by line of not 10% of the 130, it's the overall contingency that we need to manage for the whole project. But in general, what it constitutes, not just for the bridge, whatever we have included as part of the 2025 ask is based on three things. One is the risk that happened in terms of the soil condition that we experienced. And second one is the additional budget to mitigate encountered wildlife management, and 10% contingency was not added. It's to bring it back to 10% because construction is still ongoing towards the end of the year and likely may push into next year for the landscaping. Miranda, I'll pass on to add any additional comments.
Thanks, Donnie. I think you summed it up really well there. The bulk of the expenditures, the additional expenditures encountered to date relate to the unexpected ground conditions in the trail segment. And the additional contingency request there is added, recognizing that there's still more project to go. And we could encounter unfavorable soil conditions in other elements of the project. So to avoid coming back to council again, we'd like to restore that 10% contingency, and that is 10% of the construction contracts.
And thank you for that one. And just to go back to the worksheet, we already had significant contingency in it, like almost 684 or 685,000. So there was like a 30% contingency in the first round. We've used that up and now we're encountering additional problems and we're asking for more contingency.
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay. And I assume this is, we're far enough along in the project that we are comfortable that we can do it within this and not come back and ask for more, I hope.
No, and I think that is the premise behind the contingency. Please, Ms. George, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, we have internally went back and said, how much should we be adding? When we looked at when the risk occurred, we had about 5 to 7%. So bring it back to 10% was the comfortable stage that we were thinking right now that we have moved into construction up to 20% progress, that's the comfortable contingency that we would like to carry to complete the project.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications. That's great.
Are you comfortable moving the motion, Councillor Killick?
Yes, I
Okay.
would absolutely be pleased to, because Oakmont Trail is very important to everybody. So that the budget for the capital project 424315 Oakmont Trail Phase 2 Charter Rec 045 be increased from by $360,000 from 2.599 million to 2.959400 million to be funded from the capital reserve.
All right. Accept that motion. Any opening comments?
Great clarity on why we need it, and outdoor projects of this nature always run into unknowns, soil being one of them, standard ones. So understanding we want to move this project forward. It'll be great for residents. And we have a contingency fund now built in that will see it through to completion within the defined budget. Is great to be able to move it forward.
Awesome. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. Who needs a break? Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break? Sorry, Mike. You just settle in till about 3:30.
is what I did. Then we saw.
It's 3:30. Everybody get back to their chairs. Pat, are you coming down or are you just here to watch? Okay, so the next thing is a city land divestment, which is 13 Mission Ave, and we have Mr. Mike Erickson, Director of Economic Development, taking us through it. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor Herron. Just going to share my screen here.
While you're setting up, Mike, Mike, oh, I'm probably distracting him, but
Go ahead, Mayor. We can.
okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted Mike to hear, well, you too, but at the chamber lunch last week, there was a great presentation on Lakeview. Pat and Mike were both there with the guy selling the plots of land. It was fantastic and the brochure is amazing. So well done. Yeah, it was really good. Okay.
Apologies. Thank you for the introduction. I'm here before council this afternoon to provide information and recommendation with respect to the divestment of city lands located at 13 Mission Avenue. There we go. I'll begin with the recommendation that the CAO be authorized to dispose of the lands municipally described as 13 Mission Avenue for a sale price not less than market value, and to execute any associated agreements and documents on terms and conditions satisfactory to the CAO. For background and context, the city has been preparing this site for divestment since 2023. when council approved the decommissioning and demolition of the building located at 13 Mission Avenue. Since then, administration has carried on with the preparation for this divestment through conducting environmental and historical assessments, as well as obtaining appraisals and completing the building demolition. Following the decision by the Greater St. Albert School District to close Father Jan's School, which is located on the property directly adjacent to 13 Mission Avenue, administration for both organizations initiated informal discussions regarding the opportunity for coordinated divestment of the two properties. In 2028, administration was approached by a number of parties interested in purchasing both the city and the school division's land. Authorizing the divestment of 13 Mission Avenue at this time, in coordination with the Catholic School Division, offers a number of benefits, including the increased redevelopment potential, marketability, and cohesive design offered through a larger site rather than two separate parcels, an interest by both the city and Greater St. Albert Catholic Schools to coordinate, current interest by multiple qualified parties prior to public advertising of the opportunity, and a potential ancillary benefit to council's strategic priorities around downtown vibrancy and advancing mixed housing choices for residents. Conversely, divestment of this land may present some potential challenges, including redevelopment of the land may impact residents in the neighborhood and neighboring uses such as recreational and cultural activities in Mission Park and along Mission Avenue. There are existing drainage issues on these lands, which will need to be addressed through any redevelopment. Also, these lands may have historical and cultural significance to a number of members of the community, including but not limited to residents, Indigenous peoples, the Catholic School Division, and the Catholic Archdiocese. Administration is proposing the following approach to divestment. Step 1 would be council approval. If approved, an invitation for offers to purchase would be initiated. Evaluation of received offers and selection of a preferred offer would follow. Then completion of a sale agreement, sale agreement negotiations and execution of an agreement. And finally, it's anticipated that the purchaser would seek to consolidate both parcels and would be required to submit a redistricting application for the lands. In the interest of establishing a transparent and equitable process, administration is recommending the following: that the invitations for offers be publicly advertised for a period of 4 weeks, that the disposition comply with our land transaction policy and relevant legislation, and that the sale agreement include a buyback clause that allows the city to repurchase land should redevelopment not proceed in a timely fashion following completion of the sale. Impacts of the recommendation include proceeds of the land sale would be placed in the land and facilities reserve. If sold, it's expected that 13 and 15 Mission Avenue would become taxable, and assessment is expected to increase through redevelopment. Additionally, some staff capacity may be required to conduct the invitation for offers to purchase and to complete a sale agreement. That'll conclude the presentation and answer any questions.
Okay. Councillor Mackay is already on deck. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick, and I won't ask any questions that might require us to go in camera. So, in relation to that one, kind of the condition, if it wasn't developed within the time period, or didn't get redistricted, pardon me, would the buyback clause be what it was sold for, or would it be the difference in, would there be a figure that would be agreed upon so that you don't have to pay the difference in land values that could occur in that time frame?
Yeah. Yeah, typically it's either the price we purchased it for. Yeah.
And just to deal with some of the challenges.
Or sorry, yes, yeah. That makes sense that they purchased it for, pardon me.
Okay, yeah, not we.
No.
Just to, the follow-up question would be to deal with some of the challenges your presentation identified. There is in the background or a requirement to have engagement and to be kind of in, like, whoever the purchaser is, they would have to have some sort of a community engagement as to what they were proposing to build, and that would come back to us just for review. And by us, I mean council.
Yes, Counselor, that's the intent of this process of inviting offers to purchase. It wouldn't simply be price. There would be other considerations such as a plan to engage with nearby residents in the community for the purposes of redevelopment.
And
And I think though, specific to your question, the motion actually is all encompassing, right? And so it's start to finish. But I commit absolutely, understanding council's guidance of, as we look at the nature of the development in that area, kind of wow us. It's got to be commensurate with a vibrant downtown, even though it's outside, those. And that strategic guidance piece, and then ultimately what it looks like would bring it back to council for that discussion.
And for everybody watching, what? The mass hordes of people who are watching. That's on the land use bylaws. We've changed that designation to downtown district or something in the relation to that, or is that outside of that?
Through the chair to Councillor, I'm looking at Killick, but it should be Mackay. No, so there's actually two different land designations on those two different properties. I believe the city's property is, public service. There we go,
Public-private institutional service. Yeah, but it's technically outside of the line that's drawn for downtown, right? And so, but that's a line on a map. At the end of the day, those two things are very common.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to get is that a purchaser couldn't come in and build a 25-story building, right?
So through the chair, there would be a redistricting required because of the current zoning would not allow for that. But yes, they would come back to council with a redistricting application, and that would be subject to council's approval.
So I mean, that would go through its own separate process. If a purchaser bought it, they would have to redistrict it. There'd be a bunch of safeguards put in place so that potentially we wouldn't be looking at something that didn't fit the area.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Question is is there anything in the purchase agreement or in evaluation criteria that is proposed that would protect us from ending up with a big hole in the ground for 5 years? Not to name names, but because I think that is a big potential risk. And I don't even know if there's any way to put that in there, if it's land use bylaw or purchase agreement or whatever. But I think that is a real big top of mind question that many people would say we want to see it developed. We don't want to just see it sit there. We want to get the new taxes, and we sure as heck don't want to be left with a big hole or potential swimming pool.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, I think that's a great point. So that the qualifications, the experience of the potential purchaser would be one of the considerations that we will look at through evaluating the proposals. Does the offerer have a proven track record of advancing their developments, or do they have a past record of leaving their proposed developments sitting undeveloped?
And I think, please, that would be part and parcel of, the sale agreement it can't be so constraining that nobody actually wants to enter in the agreement. But I think that was the genesis for the talk of a buyback clause as well, right? And so if it's just not going to happen, then the city can, work through that, exercise it in accordance with the terms of the agreement and look at other options so that we don't end up with an undeveloped site that sort of languishes in perpetuity. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're all good? Okay, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I hope this isn't an in-camera question, but it is recommended that administration conduct an invitation for offers to purchase for a period of 4 weeks in coordination with G-Sacred. 2 parcels of land, 2 different owners offering for sale. Is it intended that there may be a possibility 2 buyers, or is this intended that we would work with them to offer one large portion of land?
through the chair to Councillor Broadhead. The intention is, you're correct, they're two separate processes, two separate parcels, two separate sales, but both parties recognize that there's an advantage, there's a value, there's a benefit to the community in making them both available for purchase at the same time. And we believe there's a high likelihood that one party would make an offer on one purchaser, one offer would make an offer on both parcels at the same time.
Makes sense. If it's considered and you've thought through the process, and I'm all good. I just wanted to understand that particular sentence, and that's what it is. Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you.
Not to be overly negative, but the possibility exists that yes, you could have two buyers, right? Or that, I mean, that they are two separate plots with two separate owners. However, it's everyone, I think, recognizes that the attractiveness of redevelopment is enabled by a larger site, right? Which would encompass both. So.
Councillor Mackay has a request to make the motion, I am assuming? Yeah, no, it just, there is always an opportunity if anyone wants to ask any questions on that confidential backgrounder. Does anyone need to go in camera? Okay, I'll go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That the CAO be authorized to dispose of the lands municipally described as 13 Mission Avenue for a sale price not less than market value, and to execute any associated agreements and documents on terms and conditions satisfactory to the CAO.
Awesome. I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, this is quite exciting. I mean, ever since we looked at what we were going to do with the building that used to occupy 13 Mission, we realized the potential that this piece of property actually offered, not only to kind of the downtown area, or also what kind of what we're looking at developing in our community, and then just having the extra opportunity with now the availability of Father John's school site, 15 Mission Avenue, I believe will really make this attractive, and I believe it'll generate a lot of interest. And it is my hope that what we get will be exciting, bold, but also fit into what the fabric of our community will accept.
Anyone else on debate? My only comments are Mike, Pat used this word, just wow us. The one concept that I was privileged to kind of have a conversation about was amazing and beautiful. And if we get anything like that, it'll be great for the city. Councillor Mackay, anything to close?
Nothing.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Thanks, Mike. We are now on to, sorry, 6, which is the principles of offsite levy front-ending policy. You want to do any introductions?
Yeah, thank you. We'll just need a couple minutes to get set up and get the piece shared. Again, this is directly related to a council motion, not focused on offsite levies, right? But focused on what are those principles? And that's the ask, I guess, or the hope that council will provide us some guidance on what principles would inform the development of a policy. There is no policy that exists as it relates to front end loading now, and there's engagement to happen. And so we'd rather have that, I think, generally sort of boxed in and approved by council. Again, understanding that you know, the concerns of the speaker, this is not related to the Northeast. This is citywide. You know, if you accept that municipal finances are finite, you can't be all things to all people at all time. And there's a number of ways to look at that front end loading, and how that is framed is one of those tools. And so I will turn it over to Mr. Betteridge if he's got any introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. So yeah, just as an introduction, I guess, my name is Jordan Betteridge. I'm the manager of Asset Management, Land, and Integrated Infrastructure Services. To my left is Abram Iskander. He's our offsite levy specialist, and he will be doing the presentation on this policy. So I'll pass it over to Abram.
Hi, Council. My name is Abram Iskander. I'm the city's offsite levy specialist, and I'm presenting the proposed principles on the offsite levy front-ending policy tonight. So there was a council motion passed in December 2024, which asked administration to amend an existing policy or develop a new policy that addresses the city's position on front-ending the cost of development, to outline the circumstances the city will consider front-ending growth infrastructure, explore solutions to enable and encourage developer front-ending, and lastly, to research what some best practices and policies exist in other municipalities in Alberta. Administration has started researching policies and best practices in other municipalities in Alberta, and today I'll present some initial principles that the city can explore further as we develop the policy. We're seeking council's endorsement of these front-ending principles, and this will provide guidance to administration on the direction of further research and a starting point as we begin consultation with the development community. A bit of background, a front-ending party is responsible to finance offsite levy projects until additional development occurs and levies are collected and reimbursed to that party. The city has been a major front-ending party. It's made significant investments in growth infrastructure to support development in the community. And while this practice has worked in the past, there are some new challenges that exist today. The first being that infrastructure costs have increased significantly in recent years, and that limits the number of projects that the city can fund within its debt limit. The city also is now extending into annexation areas that require new trunk infrastructure. These extensions typically service large amounts of land for many years of development. So when investing in infrastructure, we must consider when these areas may develop and the infrastructure is then utilized. Lastly, the overall pace of development is spread out among multiple development areas. When we invest in infrastructure, we want development to happen in those areas as soon as possible to recover capital costs. And also as the tax base grows in those areas, it helps support operation and maintenance costs of that infrastructure. There are also financial limitations of how much the city can invest in. The first limitation is the city's debt limit. When we look at the price tag of a project, it must be within the city's internal debt limit, and this directly impacts the city's ability to fund other capital projects. The second limitation is the debt servicing. When the city commits to financing a project, there are annual payments that need to be made on that debt. These payments are supported by the levies collected in a given year. The risk here is that the market dictates the pace of development. So if development slows and levies are not collected, the city would need to find alternative funding to cover those annual payments. There is an existing policy, which is the offsite levy recovery fund policy, which has a buffer of 2 to 3 years of debt payments that are held in reserve to mitigate these risks. When we commit to funding a project, the annual payments increase and the city requires more cash in reserve to stay compliant with this buffer. The front-ending policy should provide a framework to guide consistent decisions on the following questions. Where should the city invest? How much will the city invest? And what will the city invest in? The policy and answers to these questions should be clear for decision-making and to the development community about how the city makes offsite levy investment decisions. This level of transparency will help developers and the city understand future offsite levy obligations. As I mentioned, initial research into comparative municipalities was completed to inform some best practices and guide these proposed principles. For example, we looked at the city of Lethbridge, Strathcona County, Grand Prairie, and other municipalities in the region. For each of these questions, I'll walk through some considerations and present the proposed principle. So we present a range of choices and the considerations as we move from one end to the other. The principle could land anywhere between these bounds. On the left here, if we invest in all growth areas, the benefits are it supports a competitive land development, and it gives ultimately home buyers or commercial development more options for locating in St. Albert. The challenges, as we discussed, each additional area require significant investment. And so we're looking at increased debt servicing costs. There's also potential for underutilized infrastructure, where the pace of development in any one area may result in longer reimbursement times and the ultimate capacity not being utilized for many years. There are also operating impacts from growing in multiple areas that we need to consider. Each of those areas now requires city services and standards, for example, transit. On the other end, for investing in no growth areas, the benefits are that development is more likely to incur in areas with existing infrastructure. So that promotes infrastructure utilization. And any additional infrastructure that comes online, the developers are the ones to take on that risk of utilization and payback. So from a city's perspective, there's minimum financial impact. The challenges with that is that it can limit development areas and land availability in the city. And there's potential to slow down development if developers need more time to come up with the capital for infrastructure, or especially if there's cost prohibitive projects. With these considerations, the suggested principle is that the city prioritize front-ending infrastructure in areas that align with the MDP. The MDP is the guiding document of how development is planned to occur in the city. So it makes sense that infrastructure investments would coordinate with that plan to ensure efficient use of resources. There'd still be flexibility in the policy for the city to address opportunities in other areas as they arise. These would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis with the responsibility on the developer to promote the merits of that investment. This is similar to how other user groups come forward and request city investment. The policy can also outline further criteria it will evaluate investments in both priority and other areas. Developers also would still be able to develop in other areas of the city, but is now the responsibility on them to front end the cost of infrastructure required to support that development. For the question of how much will the city invest, on one end is open debt financing, where the only limit is the city's internal debt limit. The benefits here are funding occurs as development requires infrastructure, and there are less upfront costs required by developers. The challenges with this are higher debt servicing costs, which may limit the buffer available that we discussed, and require tax-funded support to meet those debt obligations. There's also higher potential to overinvest in infrastructure beyond the pace of development, as we count on the levies that are collected to make those repayments. There's also potential impacts to offsite levy rates if infrastructure costs are coming on earlier than we initially planned. Also, when we commit to financing, interest rate costs are now accounted for in the rates. So that's an additional cost that comes in. On the other end, if we take no debt financing, the benefits is that it protects the city from over investing in growth infrastructure, and there's more financing room available for other city priorities. The challenges and risks with that, though, are that it limits the city's ability to respond to development opportunities that arise. And there's potential to slow down the pace of development if certain areas require infrastructure that is, once again, cost prohibitive for developers. The proposed principle is to apply funding limits to reflect debt servicing ability of the offsite levy recovery fund. The intent with this principle is to align project funding with the fiscal reality of the city and mitigate impacts of reduced levy revenues. For large-scale projects, the city may require a mix of city and other party financing to stay compliant with the policy. Other parties could be developers or through grants that can reduce the project costs that needs to be financed. And lastly, what growth infrastructure will the city invest in? This question really focuses on what does that dollar now go and pay for? On one end, the city could front end everything. And the benefits are that the city has discretion of what is built, where, how, and when the infrastructure is built. And it becomes more accessible to smaller developers. The challenges and risks with that are that it has the potential to slow down the pace of development as the city has limited financial resources. So developers may be waiting on infrastructure in order to develop. There may also be some differences in what the city prioritizes and what developers prioritize. There are a limited number of projects that the city can invest in, and they might not always align with what developers prioritize. On the other end, if developers front end everything, the benefits are developers can construct infrastructure as it's needed. They can take a more phased approach that matches their pace of development. There are also construction cost savings, as some developers may have more competitive pricing, which directly impacts the offsite levy rates. And from a city's perspective, there's reduced financial risk. The challenges with this, though, are that the city might be better suited to construct complex projects that require more design input from the city or have more requirements to meet city standards. A good example is water reservoirs. Should also be recognized that developers also have limited financial capacity. And lastly, that there are some existing city debts that need to be recovered from levies and development. So there would need to be some sort of transition period or mechanism in place to the city to ensure the city can recover these costs. The proposed principle is to provide a delineation between the types or scale of infrastructure that the city will consider for front-ending compared to a developer. The intent is to provide a level of transparency of who is responsible for constructing and front-ending infrastructure. Standard off-site levy projects can be funded and constructed by developers, which allows the city to focus its resources on larger or more complex projects. Some projects could still be planned and preliminary design by the city, with developers advancing that design and construction. There are some additional mechanisms that would likely be needed for more developer front-ending to support competitive and cost-effective development. The next steps with developing this policy is to use council's direction today as a starting point for stakeholder consultation, to further research some mechanisms to support developer front-ending, and draft and develop the policy for Q2 of 2026. Thank you, and we're open to any questions you have.
Awesome. Councilor Mackay has the first question.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, Abram. And I understand the purpose of the document, and thank you for a little bit more clarity. But I just have a couple of questions. So when you're talking about some of the considerations of under kind of what you had outlined here of the principles, they're not absolutes, right? They're just considerations as you've identified. So potentially, I mean, you've identified further research as well, but some of the wording sounds like we're putting boxes or barriers around some of the things that would maybe limit that discussion. So I'm just seeking a little bit of clarity. So they're just considerations to start a discussion with the developers group that you guys are going to be engaging with, and a lot more research and a lot more feedback has to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. So this is really the starting point of the policy development, but we need some initial starting point to start consultation with development communities. So a lot of these principles are based off of what we saw in other municipalities and some best practices. And so this is initially something to react to and something to research further.
So, yeah, so I mean, I think were you here for the presentation by Mr. Watkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you heard it then. So I think some of the concerns were is that we were, by coming out with a principal document, that there was a lack of consultation, but that's going to happen. You just wanted to bring it to council first, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And we did meet with developers at the first working group in July.
Yeah.
And just presented in general, not these specific principles, but in general, front ending, and got their initial thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But with the idea that we'll proceed with consultation on these.
And you identified it in your slide where you created this continuum of all growth and limited growth or no growth. I'm certainly the comments were, why label anything? Why not just have growth? But that feedback would come back to you in these discussions and feedback, right? Correct?
Absolutely. And we take that and of course, administration would look at all that feedback and in developing this policy.
I think you fairly identified the pros and cons. I think that's the challenge that we're faced with. I mean, I just want to make sure that we haven't, I know you're looking for direction as a starting point. I just don't want to lock in to anything because OSLs, usually when it's presented, I go, But I don't want to be locked in to something, and I don't want council to lock in on something in principles, in my opinion, because for me, the benefit would be to get that expert advice, not only yours, but also the developers who are working in our community, plus the research that you've done by going and looking at comparative. So that's kind of where I'm looking at it is, yes, you want us to identify principles. The 3 principles could be just absolutely fine, but maybe there's 4 or 5 principles that might lead it. And I'm just using that number because I'm not the expert here. I can say that I'm comfortable with that, but at the same time, maybe I'm worried that this is premature because I'm not sure if I have the requisite knowledge to give you the marching orders to set the principles. You follow me, Mr. Fletcher?
I do. I guess, what I would say is we got to start somewhere, right? Like otherwise we go into a discussion that is completely and utterly unconstrained. And so again, these are principles. They're not orders, directions, specifics, right? And I think, the discussion would be, if you accept that each of those slides, right, had the sliding sort of scale on it, like where do you ultimately end up? And it's also conceivable that that scale is subject to movement even internal to the policy, right? Based on as was mentioned, the fact that there's really no absolutes and there would be flexibility baked into the policy. And so I would say this is overall guidance on kind of, yes, you see this as a necessity. Yes, we kind of see this mirrored out, and then the team would go away and work through that with the community. So please go ahead and jump in on.
Yeah, I guess if I could just add a little bit of context setting as well. In the next 10 years, we're looking at over $300 million in offsite levy projects coming forward, all things considered, right? Best case scenario. So we need some sort of framework moving forward of how do we start shaving down these potential projects? Which ones will developers start to move forward on their own, front end on their own? Which projects are they going to have trouble financing entirely on their own, where the city needs to come in and perhaps help out? So it's not saying that the city is avoiding investing in any growth. We're just trying to find out how much we want to invest in growth, what kind of strategic priorities that we're getting out of our investment as well. So these 3 principles are just at a starting point, helping to narrow down the list of 50, 60, whatever projects they are, down to something more manageable that we can meet with our fiscal reality. And working with the developers to understand, what does this mean for them? Are we supporting them enough? What do they need from support from the city? We can take all that into consideration with this next iteration and come back with hopefully a draft policy that all the stakeholders now have some input into.
Yeah, my next comment would be just the concerns raised by.
There are questions, not comments.
Well, I meant that. My comment to will lead to a question. I mean, right now, if you read the considerations, and maybe I'm being sensitive, but it was certainly brought up by Mr. Watkins, it looks like we're focusing MDP, which focuses on priority areas, and we ended up with in definitions, and they are definitions within the MDP. I understand that, but it implies in the document that we're not going to look after the Northeast, or if we can, it says here, the developers will still be able to develop in other areas of the city, but it'll be on their own dime. So I'm just worried that we're being too prescriptive at this stage versus being a little bit more open, a little bit more broad, letting that process work through and come back to us with that, if that's the outcome. Otherwise, to me, it looks like we're going in with already predefined kind of routes and growth.
Can I just say a comment real quick, because I know this is going to come up more than once today. When we redid the MDP, we specifically chose the purpose of priority growth areas for this purpose. So we would not be forced to be investing in 6 directions in the city, that we would be making decisions operationally and capital investments that were strategic. And I'm just going to remind everyone, well, were you on council when we approved the MDP? No, that was last term. Yeah.
I was on council.
But, that is why we did it. We can change the MDP for sure. But I want this conversation to decouple from the Northeast servicing. Let's pretend we had to build a storm pond in Rohit's land. And it was going to cost $70 million and we had to build the Northeast Serving. Try to keep our thoughts around the broader good of the goals that we set out in the MDP. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and Mr. Fletcher is going to jump in, I hope. No one is trying to stop development in the Northeast at all.
That's what I was trying to get at. And then, so I understand that. I understand we approved the MDP. We put the actual definitions of what it was. But when we approved the NDP, it was pre-annexing. So I'm just saying, I'm not arguing, I'm not.
No, I know,
What
I know,
I'm trying
yeah.
to do is trying to get a.
And I was just trying to decouple because I think we're going to be so focused on this Northeast sewer line that we're not going to be able to see the good of the policy that Councillor Hughes has put forward last year.
But yeah, okay.
Just for clarity, I just asked for a policy. I didn't
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
for this
sorry,
one.
yeah. I thought it was a great idea.
And that's what I'm trying to build on. I think it is a great idea, but I don't want to be prescriptive in what we're trying to do. I want process to work and come back to us so that we can actually see that. So I agree with you 100% what you're saying, and I'm trying to decouple it too.
Okay.
Because right now
these flowers are too big.
Actually, you look good around that bird of paradise. But that's what my intent is to try to say, let's get rid of any language that maybe implies that that's already occurring within this principles document.
Okay.
Because if you start from that basis, that's what everybody's going in. I mean, you could clearly see from the presentation by Mr. Watkins that was one of their concerns that they obviously got from somewhere in the document. And one of the first things I read in the document was something like that. So I want to make sure that we're doing that. Okay. That's hence my questions. So if we can develop a process that comes back to us with what best works for not only the city based on the concerns and the restrictions that we're going to be faced, the $300 million is a very scary number. But at the same time, if we can engage, come back, and then agree on what the principles are, I think we have a better document is what I'm trying to say. So I apologize. That was more of a comment.
Chicken or the
That's
egg?
where I was going in response to your question.
Yeah, I think it was said chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah, so certainly, the team can jump in. I would submit to you, you got to start somewhere again, right? And so from an administrative perspective, the MDP is the overarching, and again, council can absolutely alter the MDP, right? But we need to hook it into something. Like we need to have that baseline. If you want to alter the process such that we go and try and define a bunch of principles, I think that the team could do that, but this is not going to be ready anytime soon.
Fair enough.
If that's the case, like I don't mean that in a pejorative sense. This will take much longer than originally forecasted. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, you do have to start somewhere, but there just needs to be some understanding that yeah, we can start somewhere, but these are not prescriptive, and we're just throwing these out as a trial balloon and test and it's just to get this conversation going. I mean, I'm just trying to seek reassurances that what you've just said is happening.
yes, it is.
It's okay. My thoughts, if we're going to start somewhere, we should start with council and who represent the entire community, right? Because the development industry will have specific objectives of their own, right?
I don't want to get in debate, but I just said,
Yeah.
I don't understand OSLs as well as these people do.
I was just going to say, I said at the beginning of this meeting, a number of times, I'll say for the last time, I'm so glad this is the last time I ever have to talk about offsite levies. Because just like Councillor Mackay, it's hard. But before I go to some of the other questions, I've got two quick ones. There's nothing in our current bylaw that would guide us on front ending because it was indicated earlier that just go with the bylaw. There's nothing in there that would say we will front end X, Y, or Z. It's been up to council to decide, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And it also doesn't say who's the front ending party either. Like it doesn't specify that the municipality, like City of St. Albert, is the sole front ending party.
Right. And that was kind of my second question because Mr. Watkins was saying that offsite levies were created and started so that the cities could help developers. But as I said, I've only ever front ended 2 infrastructure projects in 15 years. So the development community has been doing most of this work, correct?
So offsite levies are a tool that helps whatever front ending parties exist to recover the costs.
Right.
it doesn't specify that the municipality has to be that front-ending party. Now, I just want to clarify that typically the municipality is the front-ending party. And that is the case in St. Albert with about 91% of the,
Through what we've collected then.
through the
Yeah.
city taking out either debentures to initially front end that and then getting reimbursed for that cost. But also developers are taking a step forward and making up some of that as well.
So-
They are front ending
Am I
projects.
incorrect that there's only two? Because I only remember two debentures ever. Project number 9 and Lakeview.
What about St. Albert Trail?
Villeneuve Roll,
Albert Trail was not
Villeneuve-
offset levy recoverable. Some of it was, but.
Villeneuve
Okay.
and St. Albert Trail as well.
And Villeneuve?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Councilor Killick, you're up next.
Thank you for the presentation. So one of the questions that Mr. Watkins asked is how would we develop a policy that is effective and would meet the reality where a large service is shared by multiple developers or landowners, because the city is good at doing that. We see everybody benefiting. We can bring 4 or 5 parties together and we can do that. As a guiding principle, I totally get that. How does that happen if it moves to a developer-led model? How would they do it, and how would they bring parties together, and how would they potentially fund it and recover money?
So there are some developers that are potentially large enough or have that financial capacity to take on maybe some larger projects. And we've seen that in other municipalities. In Edmonton, for example, a lot of developers would come together if they're all developing in a region around the same time. They would pool some of their financial resources together and build the infrastructure that they need. And so they work together in that sense to enable a project and to build the infrastructure that's required. So it does happen in other municipalities where, and even in St. Albert, as I mentioned, that developers do front end some road projects, for example, as their development needs it and build it in phases as required. So it does happen in St. Albert and in other municipalities. It's just a matter of also looking at some mechanisms that we can put in place to help support that and enable that a little bit more. So it's not so cost prohibitive and restrictive.
And then and I agree that you have to start with principles somewhere. Because otherwise you go in a meeting and you have everything is on the table. It's like, how much are we going to pay McDavid? You have to have a cap, right? Otherwise everything is open. So the question I have is that with these 3 principles that have been proposed, and I tried to read all of the data that you had gathered and kind of had provided to us as the matrix. These 3 principles are kind of what you would call the top line that you've gathered out of kind of best practices in other regions and current, because St. Albert is not the only municipality facing the challenges of how to build big infrastructure. So is that where this is a summary of 3 principles gained from best practices everywhere else?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what guided a lot of these principles. So for example, the city of Calgary, a much larger municipality and growing in much more directions than St. Albert, this is something that they've implemented since even the 80s and 90s, is to say we need to align and be more in accordance with our MDP and transportation master plans in order to ensure more efficient use of resources, because we can't grow in every direction. So that's what we're seeing in much larger municipalities when they're faced with this concept of growing in multiple directions.
And last question then is, with the concern that many people raise is kind of urban sprawl. and you grow every direction, all over the place. Would these principles address a way to contain, not restrain, but at least contain urban sprawl from going all over the place? Because we would be following the MDP. Would that be a byproduct, I guess?
No, this policy wouldn't address that. This is very specific to the growth infrastructure needed to enable that growth, actually, to enable expansion in other areas. So that would be addressed probably in the MDP.
Okay.
Good question.
Yep.
Councillor Broadhead.
Well, thank you for this. I truly appreciate the work that went into this, and I and I understand the benefit to providing some framework within which to discuss offsite levies. But we've got the elephant in the room is the $74.1 million offsite levy project. And that's the one that's on everybody's mind. And this comes along, and it's hard not to read this policy development outside of the light of what's going on. So I appreciate that you're saying this is more than that. And I appreciate the MDP that was written 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or whatever it was, as the guiding document. But that's the first principle that you've put forward. How do you protect the principles that you put forward and the policy that you're developing in light of a guiding document that may be out of date, not reflecting current realities and what's happening in the community? How do you do that?
I think this is an initial framework that we consider, as Jordan mentioned, that there's, say, 34 offsite levy projects, and now to rank each one and assess each one individually and put it in a big list and choose what's a priority. It can become quite cumbersome, and I don't know if it's necessarily the best practice of deciding what's a priority and what's not. And so this is an initial screen that we can use to say, can we get a smaller group of projects that we can then go and give a little bit more detailed analysis? And this isn't meant to exclude projects, and there's other criteria that would still be used to evaluate projects. One of those being, and that exists currently in the current prioritization policy, of servicing levels. So when we're speaking specifically about the Northeast, that is up against servicing levels, servicing constraints, like that is a criteria that's still being used to evaluate project priorities.
I would also say that just, as we look through this, I understand the premise of your question, and I think some of the concerns certainly that we've heard. Future discussions on the Northeast will not be like they're going to happen concurrent to the discussions going on with this. We're not going to stop. I would say to council ought not to stop talking about these things while this work is going on. And so I don't think that, we're going to come to a screeching halt and thou shalt never say Northeast, if you'll forgive me being a bit cheeky again, while we work on this, right, Councillor? I think those two things will continue to happen in parallel, and that momentum, that decision, when it's comes before council, will come before council.
Okay. So when you go out for consultation with, developers, build, whoever else you're going to go have consultations, how are you going to present these principles? And this was raised before. Are these principles, this is what council is authorized now, this is what we build from? Or this is what council has presented as a starting place for discussion?
Yeah, this is more of a starting place for that discussion.
Okay.
Right? It's not to say these are the principles, this is what the policy is. It's just to say that this is a starting point. Where are some flaws, where are some considerations that developers see, some challenges that they see, and then gives an opportunity for administration to then take that input and develop the policy.
I believe in what you do, and I really do. And it's not going to be for the faint of heart. I hate to see you, if you're the lead person on this, but, you know, you got lots of help, but because there's lots of interest in this. And if we were like Medicine Hat or like Spruce Grove that said, you know, we're the 100%, we do the front ending, nobody else does anything else. There's a principle. I'm not saying that we should do that, but right? So now we're saying, okay, what are we going to be involved in? What are we not? And when that happens, then everybody's got an opinion. So be looking forward to what comes next, quite honestly. So good luck. I mean, you'll get my vote on this. Now that you said that these are starting places for discussion, that's good. Thank you.
If I could, just on that, you'll note that on the slides, Abram did not put a dot on any of those scales. We don't know where it's going to end up,
Yep.
where the discussions will go.
Okay.
And I would tell you that looking across Alberta, you can find municipalities that are ever, including on the polls of those two, right?
yeah.
I know for a fact, there's one municipality that says we will never front end low or again, based on the financial realities that are hitting them, right? So I don't think the team is presupposing where we're going to end up based on all of this, right? And so
fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if there's a reason why something around higher priority being given for projects where developers are committed to share costs for front ending is kind of not in the principles. Like, would that be kind of more under that third principle, or is it in that second step? I'm wondering why it's not listed separately.
That if a developer comes in and contributes to the cost of a project. So I think that clicks in with the second principle here of how much we can front end. The recovery fund, if we have to borrow less, then it makes it more feasible for us financially too. So if a developer can come in, it helps meet this idea of this principle of being compliant with the offsite levy recovery fund.
Okay, thank you. This is, hopefully this isn't too much in the weeds, but if the MDP was amended to make the Northeast or Southeast or wherever a priority, does that mean that, front ending in that particular area would change priority based on kind of what we're proposing today?
As I mentioned, that would just be an initial screening to get a group of projects that we would evaluate further. So there's still other criteria that we'd need to look at: infrastructure utilization, the servicing levels, alignment with other council.
So it's just one of those priority levers.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
an initial way that we can then sort to look at, okay, this is a smaller group of projects that we can then evaluate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What's your job title again?
The offsite levy specialist.
Bless you.
I know, yeah.
That's all I have.
This is what I do every day.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you. I just had a couple other follow-up questions that were raised by Mr. Watkins. So one was that containing it to the proposed MDP, there was some discussion around years of growth and absorption that we have left. And I know we discussed this a while back there was some debate around the city view that with our current MDP boundary, we have 15, 20, maybe as many as 25 years worth of growth left to be absorbed in Churro, Riverside, Giroux, all Erin Ridge, Jensen Lakes, all of those areas that are still fully serviced. There seemed to still be a big disconnect between what was presented by our speaker today versus what's the city's position on that, I guess?
There's only like, we look at the offsite levy, for example, model that we look is 25 years worth of development. And there's only so much foresight that we have to look at 25 years. There's a lot of uncertainty that comes with that. And so this is just to say that in the next 25 years, this is what development may look like. And if we're going to plan with that much uncertainty, we should try to align it with our MDP that is a little bit more of a guide. To the point that was brought up earlier by the speaker, of course, plans don't always match what happens in reality. And so that's why, as part of in the report, we mentioned that there needs to still be some flexibility that if the city does need to pivot, how can it do that still strategically and still maintain that flexibility to invest in other areas to enable growth?
Okay, and then the last question comment was made by the speaker that said developers have already been paying into the offsite levy fund to fund that big future infrastructure that shall remain nameless. Is that, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that. I understand that the concept is developers all pay into a fund. It gets spread, they don't pay into a specific project. They pay as they benefit, and it gets spread out based on the benefit they receive from that project. So there's kind of like but they're not prepaying today in offsite levy funds for a project that has not even been approved.
They are paying for future projects that they will benefit from within that 25-year time frame. But the proportion of cost that they're paying for matches how much of that cost is in the model. I realize that's a bit of a tongue twister, but essentially, if a project's not built till year 10, that means that there's 15 years or 10 years in the model that are not included, right? So that's 10 years of costs that are not included in today's rate, but they are contributing to a project that they will eventually benefit from.
Okay, but it's a project that hasn't even been approved. So I just really need to get some clarification. Like we know that there's a project coming, but how are they paying? How are their current offsite levy payments funding something that isn't even on the books yet? Maybe I'm not.
So maybe a road is a really clean example of that, is that there might be a road that's built in the future that a house that was built today is going to use, but it's not actually coming until 10 years from now, right? So that resident will still use that road, but it's not technically being built. So they're paying their proportionate cost of their usage when that road actually comes online. But the idea with the rate is that the resident that is closest to that investment decision is going to be paying the most for that piece of infrastructure.
Let me try and use an example here. So Fowler Way hasn't been built yet. Hasn't been approved yet. We don't even know how much it's going to cost. It is one of the projects that are listed on our future multi-year plan. Are developers paying through their offsite levies money that is going into a kind of a bank account or holding account to eventually pay for Fowler Way?
Yes, they're paying a proportion of what they're ultimately going to benefit from Fowler Way. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm struggling to figure out how they would.
But I think there's also about when you, so maybe Donnie, please go ahead and you can add some.
Maybe I'll take 2 steps back. How does project get into the offsite levy? Bylaw is based on master planning that we do upfront. And then we identify all these growth areas and identify, okay, here are transportation structures that we need, sanitary, storm, reservoirs, lift stations, all of that are identified at an early concept phase, and it has a value that gets attached to it through that process. And that's what makes its way into our offsite levy bylaw list of projects. Now, when Abram explained that we only consider up to 25 years of worth of projects to be brought forward into the offset levy calculation, some of those projects may not even happen until 10 years down the road or 15 years down the road. So there's a proportionate share of that value of the project gets added to the levy calculation, the rate. And that rate of the day is applied to the developer when they bring on, let's say 1 hectares of land or 3 hectares, and then a proportionate share of that rate is applied to the 3 hectares to 1 hectares of land that the developer brings forward. So that's why they bring a proportionate share towards that project, which will be built X years down the road. That it's collected and it goes into the transportation collection pot. And we don't say, okay, we collected from Fowler, we go back and spend it on Fowler. It goes into the transportation pot. Not necessarily that money will come back to Fowler per se. It may go to other transportation projects if city were to front end it. Does that make sense? Or yeah. So the developers don't pay towards the levy until they bring on a development agreement forward.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
It's good clarification because I absolutely would have been thinking in a different direction. That
Councillor Hughes.
just a
sorry.
follow-up. So
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
So my question is then, with that understanding, how does these, is it item number 3 in the proposed principles? I want to make sure I use the word principles. Is that where that would get addressed? And like who pays for what? And even though there are projects that aren't built yet and they're on the books, and like where that's a lot to unpack. Trying to figure out an answer to Mr. Watkins' questions is, would that principle be addressed through item number 3, or is it number 2? How do we unpack that?
Yeah, so there's still quite a bit of research and mechanisms that we still have to sort out with how this would actually be implemented. So there's still, like I said, this is very much a starting point of the policy development. So how parties would get reimbursed or front-ended, or they could potentially offset some of those costs that they don't have to pay levies and instead bring on construction in lieu of cash being paid in levies. Like, these are mechanisms that exist that we use in the city, but how can they be improved or enhanced, or if there are new mechanisms that we can put out there to make. And that's what, when I mentioned the cost effectiveness or cost competitiveness in developing in St. Albert, that's kind of what I was referring to, is that we're not just asking developers to both pay a bunch of cash and construct a bunch of infrastructure. We have to recognize that there's a lot of upfront costs with this development. And so we need to work with them to figure out how it's feasible.
Thank you.
And if I could just add, just the separation of front ending versus the levy payments. So the levy model in itself, and just to clarify it, we have a list of projects. We know who's benefiting from those projects. We know we have an idea when they're coming on for development and when the project is needed. And we use all this information to come together with the levy rates, which then we assign to the development areas as they come forward. So the levy model is just a mechanism. So whoever front ends can eventually get paid back by all those parties that are benefiting from that infrastructure. So we look at a 25-year period, as Abram said. So anything after 25 years, we recognize infrastructure has been in place for that long and is probably not benefiting parties beyond that. So that's why we use that as a cutoff. But the levy model is just there so that we can collect those dollars over a 25-year period and make sure that front-ending party gets paid back. But we still need a front-ending party. So historically, it has been the municipality. We have better borrowing rates. We do have probably better debt capacity than a lot of developers. There are some big developers out there that can afford to front end some massive projects such as this, but there are obviously fewer. But we do need these principles basically to help address that. So the municipality can't be the major front ender forever. We're reaching a tipping point here where a lot of our debt capacity right now is being directed towards these growth projects. And soon enough, if we don't have some sort of policy, potentially all of our debt room is going to be towards growth. And what does that leave for other projects? So these principles allow us to work with the development community and determine, okay, how can we start growing together? We need you guys to pitch in. You guys are the recipients of the or beneficiaries of this infrastructure. It's allowing you to now grow, develop, sell, make profit. We have to recognize how can we invest in where can maybe some of the city's priorities, what can we get in return for the investment we're putting in? So again, that's aligning with MDP in that one principle. So I just wanted to make sure we're separating the two. This is definitely the front ending policy, and obviously addressing the speaker before that levy, the levy model itself, all developers need to pay into that. If a developer's front ending and they're paying levies, they are going to be reimbursing themselves annually as well. So there's that. So hopefully that clarifies things a little bit.
Yeah, that really helps. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thanks. So, I think the challenge I have is the word endorse. Because this is not about a discussion if we're saying that we're endorsing it. Because we're basically saying that we agree with it. I don't endorse somebody I don't agree with. So, and I realize that we're trying to decouple something, but you can't when there's a giant guy in the room, okay? The decision hasn't been made. So when I'm looking at this challenge of saying we're endorsing it, but we're just a discussion point, you can't do it both ways. Like we can either just acknowledge that this is what's been brought forward but endorsing it's an entirely different word. So that's just letting you know, like at this point, I don't feel comfortable with quite a few of the elements and the theory of having an MDP. That's great. The problem is how we've implemented it since it's been approved. So that's where we're coming into a challenge, is that we're saying, well, and it makes sense. Yeah, let's keep it within the MDP. But we also know that we're interpreting the MDP that the North is not moving forward on growth, and they've come to complete stagnation now. So we can't say that it's going to work if we have it the way we have it. And the other challenge I'm having is that the MDP, we did it before the annexation, and the update to it never did a reconsideration. So certainly if we stopped it just north of Walmart and you said where you want to go, and I think a lot of people, if you asked them, just assumed the north was continuing and said, let's go to the west because that's not doing anything, not understanding that we're going to be deprioritizing the north to the level that we have. And then we've now annexed it and we just kind of made the bit bigger, but we didn't really go through it. Now I understand that there's going to be an MDP potentially redone, but that'll take years. And meanwhile, we have decisions in front of us today or tomorrow or the next council is going to have these troubles. I have questions, but the problem we have, Mayor, is that we didn't discuss this at SCOW. So this is also a discussion element where we're trying to go back and forth on this. This was a SCOW topic. We just didn't have that opportunity. So what I'm looking at right now is the 232 million that you mentioned, that's in addition to the 70 million that we're discussing. You mentioned a total of 300 million. Are we collecting levies? Because you said that we are collecting them for the entire 25-year period, but the 232 were expected to come in the next 10. So are we collecting levies for the extra 232 as well right now?
Yeah, that's correct. We are
Okay.
collecting levies for those specific projects.
Okay. So let's say I'm a developer and I've, as a developer, been paying levies for this project for 5 years. Unknown project that's going to come up. And then at some point, as the developer, they're saying, okay, we want you to front end this. It's 10 or $15 million. Now it's your problem. I want you to front end it. We need to have in the policy that the amount that they've pre-contributed towards that goes back to them. Because if we're collecting levies for a project and we are no longer going to be front ending it, then the amount of money that they have prepaid for it needs to be a consideration. Right. So I'm just like letting you know that when I'm looking at this, I don't think that that's necessarily something we're thinking of. It's kind of like, great, thanks for the money and you can front end it. But if we're doing it, we can't do it both ways.
Is it kind of like they're prepaying their levies?
To front end?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about when I suggested offsetting, which is already
Yeah.
a mechanism that exists, is
Yeah.
to say you're building a $2 million road and you owe $1 million in transportation levies, well, you can offset. You don't have to pay that $1 million because
Right.
you're contributing $1 million.
Right.
That doesn't count for the prepayments though. So that counts for like, you already owe this much and this is the total bill. But if I've been paying into it for 5 or 10 or 20 years, and whatever that proportion is, are you intending to also provide a reimbursement.
But what would have been paid in previous years is specific to that subdivision, right? It's specific to that area. Whereas the levies that we'd be charging in the day that you're constructing the road is again specific to that subdivision that you're developing in that day. So it's tied to the land that's coming online in that day.
Yeah, I understand that. But if in that land that's coming online, they're already paying for part of a project, and then when the project comes due, we've collected that money in advance. And so that, I'm just saying that needs to be a consideration of how much have we collected in advance when we go through this policy.
Isn't that in the bylaw?
I don't know.
I understand your train of thought there. So we have a number of projects, fill out the levy rate. So a developer contributes their levies, and each project within that gets assigned that proportional share of what the developer would have owed. So for the project that won't be named, for example, developers that have been contributing over the past 5 years, a portion of that in practice would have been assigned to that one project. However, how we manage our levies now is that we just have one giant pot. So we take all those levies in each of those categories and pay off the debts that we've already encumbered in other areas. And this has a positive impact on the levies because the faster we can get rid of the debts, the less interest that is being charged, and again, lower levy rates overall that way. So that's what we currently do in practice, but I understand your point. If they've contributed to a project now, but now we're coming in saying that actually that levy pot is in a negative reserve right now, we have nothing to help front end with, what do we do? So, but I guess developers do benefit from our current practice of trying to reallocate those funds as fast as possible to pay it back. Those developers that have front-ended do get paid back faster this way. But I think it's a good consideration that you brought up, and we'll take that under, it's noted for sure.
Sure, thank you. The thing where you said about prepaid debts, though, don't we typically, we can't, there's no benefit to prepaying our debts, or is it different with the offsite levies? Because like all of our debt load seems to be like, if you pay it in advance, we're going to just hit you with penalties.
Thank you for the question through the mayor to Councillor Hughes. Typically, in past analysis that we've done, because we typically do borrow through Alberta Treasury, they have very, very high stop payment clauses. So early payment of debt is typically not financially beneficial to the city. So we've never done it, certainly since I've been here, because the analysis has just never proved that it's beneficial to pay it off early.
So, I think one of the challenges is actually that it's coming before this council. Like, when I said I didn't care if it came in November, because we're having, the next council has to make some pretty big decisions. And if the next council says we want to move forward with the North and accelerate or facilitate it, then the MDP argument will then now become much more challenging to enforce until the MDP is further updated, which will take years. And at the same time, if they said that they don't want to, which is, I have no idea what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen at this moment. Then the MDP would be much more enforceable, and you wouldn't actually, there may not even be an urgency to update the MDP because they could say, I'm comfortable with it as it stands. So having this question here today, with a council that's got hours left in decision-making, I think that's what's coming also into where you're asking for something which, until we really know what we want to do on that one project, it's difficult to say yes. It's difficult to know all the consequences. And I'm letting you, that's where I'm coming forward with this is that. Now, the other question I had, I really should come forward with this as an MDP, and it's an easy guideline, but I don't see any risk analysis in here as opposed for a guideline. Because when I look at this, it's not necessarily about even amount of money, other than the fact that we have a debt limit, but it keeps going up too. It's going up all the time. It's about the risk of not getting repaid, like the risk that development will stop, right? Or we just won't have that land developed anymore. So I think that needs to be a key element as well when we look at this, is just, the likelihood of being able to pay off that debt. And I don't see that as one of the abilities. I know that you had limiting constraints and that kind of thing, but I think that just needs to be something that comes into it. So just so I understand the three priorities. So we have the whole thing about the MDP, which, while we can try to decouple it, I don't know how if we can. And I'm concerned with the message that we'd be sending. And then the apply city front ending limits to reflect debt servicing ability of the OSA recovery fund. I don't quite understand what that means. Like, explain it to me like I'm 3.
So the offsite levy recovery fund policy is in place to say you have annual payments that you have to make every year.
Yeah.
And the recovery fund applies a savings account, if you will, to say, okay, you've got $1 million every year that you have to make. So we're going to put 3 years worth of payments into savings. So that way, if development slows down, as you mentioned, and we don't get the levies that we need, we still have a savings that we can draw on to
Yeah.
make those payments for the next 3 years
Mhm.
before we need to go to alternative funding.
Yeah, I encourage that to happen. Yeah. So it gets, so we said the funding limits to reflect the debt servicing ability. So is it just based on how much we have in that balloon to be able to cover us in case we don't?
Exactly, to say how much
Okay.
capacity do we have in that recovery fund, and when do we need to maybe stage projects to build up more of a savings to allow for
Okay.
that addition to the annual payment.
And that makes, I mean, that makes some sense, right? Because we really are looking at a risk analysis and buffering the risk. And then the third one, okay, delineation in types and scales. And I think that in some ways makes sense. I think that the challenge, what I'd love to see when this comes back, or to whoever has to look at it, is really a comparison, because I know you listed what these guys do, but then when you compare what we do to what they do, or what you're recommending, you go a little cross-eyed, right? For anybody who's not a math, I'm sure you're a math major. I can just, I'm sure, because no one does math like this and gets excited about it unless you're a math major. But for people who are not math majors, which will pretty much be whoever's up here, we need to be able to understand, like, really, what are we doing that may be beneficial or not beneficial for the development community compared to what other municipalities have done, and whether or not it's been successful, because somebody can do something and it can just blow up. And so I don't want to follow somebody just because they did it, just to find out that we are also going off a cliff. So that would be really helpful when you guys do come back with something else like that. I know these are mostly comments I had to do, but oh, here's a question, and then I'll stop. Really, I will. Is the initial screening, when you said the Northeast, and you said if the Northeast had been interpreted differently into the MDP, would it be an automatic, we'd be funding it? And I understand that it would obviously go through the first filter, the next filter, the next filter. But is the first filter whether or not it's in the MDP or as a priority growth area?
Yeah, so these maybe are numbered as first, second, and third principle,
Yeah.
but it's not meant to be that this is the first screen, the second screen, or the third screen. These are the initial guiding principles of how we could move forward with the policy. But
Okay.
it's not necessarily to say that the MDP is the very first criteria that we look at.
And so if we were to just look at that, the ultimate project, then when I look at this and said that the priority goes to the growth through the MDP, I don't see it recognized as a possibility. I think that's what people are concerned about, is that when they see this and say, we want it to align with the MDP, and we're interpreting the MDP to not go to the north right now, that it would then be caught off. And I know it says case by case basis, but we've just experienced case by case basis. So I guess that's what people are looking for, is how are we going to be interpreting this?
And so that's part of the criteria that we'd like to develop a little bit more, is in terms of how do we evaluate those projects, both in the MDP areas and the non-MDP areas.
And so, Councillor Hughes, to your point, I think that's part of the ongoing subject of discussion, because we don't have this policy, right? I guess it's really at the front end of this. That would absolutely be a look at it, right? As we determination sort of what the front end policy would look like. The MDP issue, I think, remains the MDP issue broadly, right? And so, to your point, it can be altered or changed. But I would say that under this guideline, the relative weighting of it, it's a factor, not the factor, is kind of the concept that we're looking at.
And I appreciate what we're trying to accomplish here. I know I had the motion to try to get clarity, and I'm not even sure if trying to get more clarity just muddied the waters a lot more. As we try to wrangle out how we're going to manage this and how we're going to, with all the other competing priorities, I'm really not sure how to make everyone happy, and that, I think that's where we're coming down to. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jolly has indicated she'd like to put a motion forward. Go ahead.
That the following proposed principles for the city's OSL front-ending policy to guide consultation with the development community and policy development be endorsed. The city prioritize front-ending OSL infrastructure in areas that align with the MDP, apply city front-ending funding limits for OSL infrastructure to reflect the debt servicing ability of the OSL Recovery Fund, and provide a delineation between the types and or scale of infrastructure the city will consider for front-ending and what the development community is expected to front-end.
Mayor, can we separate number 1 out?
You want to split? One out of, okay, we'll debate number 1 first. I'll accept that. Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I'll just add, I'm supporting all 3 of these, so my comments will be for apply to the first one, but also the other 2, I guess. So we develop strategies because we can't be everyone to everyone. That's reflected in the MDP, that's reflected in our LUB, that's reflected in our ASPs. So the comment earlier that we're at a tipping point really resonated with me. If we put all of our resources into OSL related growth, if we try to be everything to everyone, it leaves nothing for important projects that make St. Albert livable, like our next pool and ice sheets. So I'm supportive of this starting point because it has flexibility in terms of where the discussion will go from here, and it gives council levers to adjust weighting really through our MDP. So thank you to administration for getting this started. I think it's a good starting point. And this will be a really big discussion next term. So good luck to whoever's sitting here.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I just, council, we're endorsing something. We're not just saying go forward. This is an endorsement. This is mean that we are in agreement. And I don't think that with the MDP, where it stands and how it's being interpreted and the issues that we have that we cannot hide coming up for decisions, I don't think that that first one should be endorsed. There can certainly be discussions about it, and men can have discussions about how they're going to handle this, but this is a stamp of endorsement. This is not, let's not downplay what we're doing here today. So I understand that there will be further discussions, but there will also be council endorse this, and that statement will be correct when we say it. So I'd rather take that out, allow the other 2 to come forward, and then discussions can happen. And maybe it will still be aligned with the MDP later, but it's a difference between having a discussion and having them just bring it up, as opposed to saying council is endorsing this. So I'm just like, let's really think about this and not downplay what an endorsement means from council when the discussions start. And so I can't support this because I feel the MDP should be updated to reflect the reality of what's happening in the north and the development that's been happening in the north, and then the decisions that have to happen in the north. And I don't want to even imply that we're going to make a decision that's going to hamstring us until we've made that decision. So I want to be able to have the next council go into it with a clean slate and not say that, you know, what we're doing is we're trying to make sure it aligns the MDP no matter what, and then it's not going to be on discussion board. And statements like this right before that do that. So council, I'm just asking, really think whether or not you want to endorse that first statement and tell the development community that we endorse that first statement. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be supporting all 3 of these. I think the old adage of, you know, without a direction of where you want to get to, any road will take you there. So we really need these guiding principles up front, so that administration can start to work to come up with some clear policies. And I think the big outcome of the policy document will be of most value of providing clarity to developers, so they know what they're going to be, what their role is going to be in growth and expansion. these are, you have to start somewhere. And as I said, you use the hockey analogy, you have to have some, or doing union negotiations or pay raise negotiations, or even when you want to go on holiday, you have to start with some basic principles. You have to say, okay, we want to go here. How much do we want to pay? We pay for that means we won't be able to pay for anything else. You have to have basic principles to start having that discussion. You have to have a framework, not a box, but a framework around going into those discussions. The scary thing is without doing it now and starting work on it, we've had all the presentations numerous times that we will be reaching our debt limit. We will not be able to do everything. And whether it's the roads, the Fowler ways, the fire stations, sewer and water, whatever it is, there's a lot of infrastructure, but then there's also the services that we continually hear from residents as, we've put off a pool for how many years? 10, 15 years we've been discussing a pool. Ice time, we've heard about that for years. Soccer facility, we've heard about that for years. So if we don't give administration some at least basic principles to start guiding the discussions, we're setting them up for failure. They're going to walk into a room and say, well, everything's on the table. Well, we don't have any guidance from council. So I could not imagine how that first meeting would go. It would, I don't think it would go anywhere, quite honestly. It would just be going in circles. So this truly is council's a best example of what council's role of providing strategic guidance is. It's a tough one for sure, but it is the best example of where council should be playing that strategic guidance role, giving administration some bookends to start looking at. As the presentation showed, there's not a particular dot on the slide bar. It will move back and forth based on multiple discussions, but at least you've got to have a framework going into those first meetings to start negotiating where the dot goes on that sliding bar of these three principles between the two bookends that were given. So this is a big chunk of work. Without it, I think we could get into financial trouble. We could fund a bunch of offsite leviable projects, borrow up to our maximum and not of our debt limit, and not have any money left over for other things that are already on the list that residents have been asking for. So this is a good starting point. Start with basic principles. They used to call them first principles. And because that's the first place you start is with principles. And then it'll drive towards policy. It'll take time. There'll be lots of input and back and forth, I'm sure, with developers and other interested parties. But based on that, these three came from best practices and a survey around what other municipalities are doing. I reviewed all the documents and it seems like a very good place to start. So I'll be supporting all three.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I too have some reservations around the first principle. But my reservation is not with the principle itself, but with the MDP it points to, because I think the MDP is needs updating to reflect all of St. Albert. Having said that, been assured that the principles are a starting place for conversations with a number of parties that need to be consulted with this policy going forward. And I'm I'm willing to extend that grace to understand that those conversations are going to be had. Having said that, it's difficult for me to support it the way it reads, but I'm not going to vote against it either because it says at the beginning that these are proposed principles. So with the caveats that you've said that these are starting places of discussion, I understand that. We'll go from there. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I think Councillor Broadhead just wrapped it up. I think that was my clumsy questions to start us all off, whenever that was try to get to this point to understand. So I take Councillor Hughes' line of thinking, but I mean, it goes to what our current MDP is. And as you just heard, I think that that's where a problem lies. But when we're setting a principle, the MDP is our statutory document. It's our main document. So this, when you're setting a principle, it should start with the MDP. The problem was, for me, as just been spoken about, is that can't get it mixed up with what our current MDP is. We're talking about what are going to be the overarching rules of engagement as a principle is. And I believe that that's where if we're gonna be setting principles, that's where it should start, at the MDP. So I take it that this is just the first step in the process of engagement, and this is just to get it moving forward, and that when we are looking at perhaps amending the MDP, or when the next council is looking at if they feel the need to amend the next MDP, I think what is it, every 5 years an MDP should be amended?
No. 20.
All right, well, I was trying to put it.
These are long-term documents.
I'm just putting it out there for the next council then, okay. But I think that's where I'm gonna land on it, as well as we're trying to set a principle to get the process going, and it should start with our MDP. I mean, that makes sense. It's a solid principle, or a solid start, pardon me.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. I will not be supporting number one. The reason being, all of this discussion that we brought forward is essentially saying that developers are developing all over the place, or wanting to develop before we can, provide the infrastructure for it. And then there's mention of us needing pools and many different things in the city, and we can all agree on that. But the fact is, a lot of these items that we have overaging costs for, particularly roads and many things that have been done in the city that had nothing to do with the developers. It was city planning and city redoing and such. So to go forward with only selecting specific areas that align with an MDP that maybe needs correction in some cases, as obviously we've seen in the past. I don't think that we can exclude specific conversations before we even get into the conversation. And I feel like that's what number one is doing. It's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. I'll support number one. I'll support number 2 and 3 as well. I thought they were a good starting point, and I appreciate, the fact that we do have to make some tough decisions, and you need some guidance when you're making those tough decisions. But the number one about the MDP, I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Mackay. It's our overarching biggest document, and it should align. And I do support the current MDP, because we cannot be sustainable community if we're investing, all over the place. But the best part of what you wrote in the report was that it said developers can present proposals for the city investment through promoting their unique merits and financial solutions, which be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. So there's no one's getting shut out by that. So curious to see how the development community will react, but for now I will support number one. Anything to close?
Yeah, really briefly. So one of the great things about these three principles taken together, including considering the MDP, is that one single lever isn't intended to direct a decision. So if an area is not a top priority, but we get a $50 million grant, then fantastic, let's build it. You know, on the flip side of that, if we have no money, it won't matter if an area is a top priority in the MDP. So again, thank you so much. This is a great start.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes by majority with Councillor Bermansky and Hughes opposed. Councillor Jolly, we're keeping 2 and 3 together. Any comments on those two? Nope. Anyone else? If there's no one, I'll just say that the second one I thought was the one that really meant the most to me. We have to have money coming into the offsite levy recovery fund to service the debt. And that's the hard part to always predict, but I think that is very, very key, and future councils will really have to be thoughtful if they're okay, because debt can be serviced through tax dollars or it can be serviced through the offsite recovery fund. And tax supported debt is hard to justify when not everyone benefits. But if you have a fund, I think that was the key part for me. And I really like the fact that you are going to consider, you know, what involvement the developers will have in this project as well, if they're willing to contribute and come to the table and be a good partner. So anything to close? Okay, call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. Supper's here. I just saw it come in. I can smell it from here. So why don't we, what time is it? 5:08. I could say 5:30, or do you guys want till 5:45? Pardon? 5:35. Councillor, you said 5:35. Is that? Yes. Is that enough time for you to? Yes. All right, it's 5:35. That's so Jolly's coming. So okay, we can start. Everyone's here. We have the master rates bylaw still to do. So is there any presentation on this? I doubt it, eh? Mr. Fletcher?
We have some short introductory remarks.
Okay, go
now,
ahead.
and, yeah. So Mr. Sani over here. Sorry, Atul, can you hear us? Yeah, we can't hear you. You're mute. Oh.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Yeah, I do have opening remarks. So to present this master bylaw. Good afternoon, Mayor and Member of Council. My name is Atul Sani. I'm here today to present second and third reading of the master rate bylaw, which is to amend rates within bylaw for 2026 and to provide the fees outlined in Council Policy CFS 16 as information. At first bylaw reading on September 2nd, administration outlined two types of fees. Number one, bylaw fees requiring council approval. The proposed adjustment result in approximately $114,200 in additional revenue, which has already been incorporated into the 2026 proposed budget. Second, municipal fees and charges within the CA authority. These fees are established under Council Policy CFS 16 and result in approximately $157,600 in additional revenue, which is also included in the 2026 proposed budget. Since first reading, there have been two key changes for council consideration. Number one, council submitted postponed motion number PM 25008 that Fire Services Bylaw 21/2002 Schedule A be amended to include a $250 fee for a second false alarm at the same site within a 12-month period. Administration's response and recommendation are detailed in the background and discussion session of the bylaw for council's review. The second item was a correction. There was a correction that administration identified in Schedule E development fee of bylaw 1/82, whereas the item number 8 fee should have reflected $610, not $510 as presented on September 2nd. This correction has been updated in Schedule E of bylaw 1/82 and is provided in the attachment titled Master Rate Amending Bylaw 2022/2025. That concludes my opening notes. Staff are here to answer any questions council may have on bylaw rates.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Councillor Hughes has a question. Let's start there.
I'm just gonna ask about the PM. I don't know if it's Councillor Killick wants to do it but was that a typo or did you intend to make it 0 for the second time? Like for the fire services bylaw to change it from 0 to 250 for the second false alarm?
To the chair, to Councillor Hughes, this was not a typo. This was a motion to make a fee from 0 to 250.
Okay, and just remind me, what is I thought the first one was like $75 or something, wasn't it? If they had a false alarm, or did we reduce that? It's 0 and 0. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm looking at Sharon.
Right. I'll have Aaron Giesbert to answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The current fire bylaw has no fees for the first or second fire false alarm. And what I understand is the motion is to increase the second false alarm to $250. And then the third, fourth, and fifth subsequent false alarms have significantly higher amounts.
How many times are we experiencing a second false alarm in the same year?
So what I can share with council at this time is administration has not done the analysis on what that looks like. I can tell you that there's between 600 and 700 fire false alarms per year. The majority of those are of commercial buildings. Of those commercial buildings, it is built in into the bylaw that there is an exemption if the commercial building is following a specific fire code. To date, as kind of, mentioned in the agenda report, the fire false alarms are not being billed at this time. So that kind of speaks to our recommendation to not increase this until such time as we can implement this, the fees, and then really look to make sure that the current structure is meeting the desired outcome, which is to deter false alarms from occurring and to prevent waste of fire resources.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm reading it now, just again. So you're telling me that the majority of them are commercial though, that are having the false alarms. So if we put in this $250, but they have the exemption, then would it even be applicable? Because, or is it just penalizing residents?
Honestly, right now, we're not sure. We need to do some more analysis on that and actually track and really look at which ones are exempt and which ones are not. And we just don't have that information at this time.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Yeah, so it was my motion, and just to provide a little bit of background, it was, I thought it was a mistake, quite honestly, that it was set at 0. But then I looked at it, and even in the backgrounder, it states that we haven't, although the fire bylaw and rates have been in place for since 2002, so almost 25 years, we haven't actually been tracking and billing for any of them, second, third, or fourth false alarm. Is that correct? Yeah. So even though we have the rates in there, we haven't been billing for any of them or tracking them, and that's why we don't have the data. So my proposal is that while we correct it and track the data for second, third, and fourth false alarms, where we already have a rate in there, we should have a rate for second false alarm within a 1-year period. And that's, I can give a little bit more background if you'd like it. It's not a question, it's just to clarify that when I looked at it and compared it to best practices in other regions, didn't do an extensive research, but fire services in Edmonton, they charge $102 per second false alarm within a year. Strathcona charges $285. Airdrie charges $200. Spruce Grove has various, which I don't know what that actually means, but their rates do vary. Beaumont is $250, and Parkland actually does full cost recovery. And my belief is that fire services are some of our most important services to our residents. If there's a false alarm, you're taking them away from potentially going to a real alarm. And
We're not in debate quite yet.
Okay. So but that's why I brought it forward. And
thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, does anyone want to do first or second reading? And then we'll talk about amending after. Go ahead, Natalie. You're on a roll today. Yeah, yep. Well, we can start with one. Yep, but I'll call on you to do.
That bylaw 22/2025 being bylaw to amend the master rates bylaw and various other bylaws under which fees, rates, and charges are set be read a second time.
Okay, any comments on that? Nope, okay. Anyone else? Okay, call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that motion passes unanimously. How about second one?
That bylaw 22/2025 be amended by deleting 510 and replacing it with 610 in section 8, pre-app meeting interdepartmental of schedule E.
Okay, I'll accept that. Any comments? Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Yes, unanimous. Okay. Okay, I'll go to you, Councillor Killick, for 3.
That the following postponed motion be approved, PM 25-008, that fire services bylaw 21/2002, Schedule A be amended from 0 to include a charge of $250 for the second false alarm at the same site within a 12-month period.
Okay, accept that and I'll let you continue your debate.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the key points were that fire services are our most valued one of our most valued services in our community. That when we roll a truck on a false alarm, that potentially is taking away fire services from somebody who really needs it. And it's not just fires, but take them away when they're responding to other emergencies. So to not have it available could really have a huge impact on other situations. The third thing is that checked other municipalities and they have the same, as I said, they charge on second false alarm as a best practice. Additionally, I think the other thing is that while we're looking into, as administration recommended, while we're looking into why we haven't been collecting the data and billing for it, it won't make any difference to whether it's only charging on the second false alarm, third false alarm, fourth false alarm. We have those pieces already in our bylaw. This is just adding that while they're doing their analysis and while they're figuring out how to do the billing, that they should include the $250, and that's just an average that I had picked from, as I said, best practices in the region, and implement that all at the same time.
Anyone else on debate? I see none. Oh, Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for the background. I appreciate the kind of thought, and I don't disagree with anything you kind of said. I just think that that something like this, the fact that we haven't been doing the third, fourth, and fifth false alarms is alarming. But the concern I would have right now is, I know this is a postponed motion, but even if we dropped it on now, I think that there's still there's a realization that a lot of work has to be done or undertaken as to why, or understanding why, and why fire services bylaw needs to be reviewed. So I think I understand the intent, and I think you're right. And I think I was hoped that the review would come to the same conclusion, but I'd rather have the fire personnel kind of come up with that versus council. So that's, I'm gonna respectfully not support it.
Anyone else on debate? Anything to close?
Yeah, I think they're going to do the review in any case, as we've kind of uncovered that they're not charging for second, third, and fourth. We already have those in the bylaw. So they're going to do the review and figure out how to track it and charge it. This is just one added other little piece to it. So I think this is just a simple add-on. It's not creating any other work. It's not layering in any other kind of scope to what they would be having to do. I think this is an opportunity to address it up front in the process review that they'll be undertaking in any case. So I hope that this is included. As I said, it follows best practices in other regions, and it really, really does re-emphasize that when I looked at some of the other municipalities, they actually have right on their city homepage, false alarms cost us money and 20%, some of them actually give figures, 20% of calls are false alarms. So some cities similar that we have recognized that this is such a big issue that it needs to be addressed and even communicate it upfront to their residents because it is such a large potential issue for municipalities. So I think in that context as well, it's important that we address it all at once, all up front, and just get on with a full review.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. The motion passes with just myself and Councillor Mackay opposed. I could have gone either way. Okay, and then now there's one more, right? Councillor Jolly, can I go back to you? Yeah.
That bylaw 22, 2025 be read a third and final time as amended.
Awesome. Any further? Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Okay, we did the access to information and amending bylaw to a bunch of things. Hold on, what did it say? Oh, we just gave 3 readings to bylaw 23, which made a bunch of changes to a bunch of other bylaws. There were no emergent motions. There's one council motion from Councillor Hughes. I'll get you to read it in and then we'll ask questions.
Sure. The 20-day notice period requirement for section 199 bracket 9 of procedural bylaw be waived and the debate for the proposed motion occur on the September 16th, 2016 September 16th, 2025 council meeting. Do you want me to go to the next one as well? Or do you want me to wait?
No, sorry, we have to just vote on.
Oh,
that
no,
first.
you have to waive notice first. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'll accept that.
Sure.
And then,
Yep.
'cause there might be some questions on whether we should waive or not, so I'll let you go into, any questions on waiving? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, I will be brief. This is our last meeting to make this decision. We've heard about complaints from the public about the garbage issues, including just last week. And so if we want to address this in a timely fashion and just acknowledge this needs to be updated, this is the time to do it, or at least tell the other public what we're planning to do on this. And I just also, the reason why I don't want to wait to November, where other motions may be waiting to November, is just, I would like to have this resolved sooner than later, and I don't want to wait 2 more months to even get started. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Notice has been waived. Now I'll get you to read in the actual motion.
Sure. That the community standards bylaw be amended to add provisions regarding standards related to debris at construction sites and other potential policy and program options regarding limiting construction debris be evaluated, all to be presented to council by April 15th, 2026.
Okay, before I accept it, any questions on that? Seeing none, I'll accept it. Go ahead.
All right. Council, we've been getting emails about the concerns, and in the discussion last week, administration stated that the bylaw could be strengthened. And I think this is the time to just indicate to administration that we need to have this done. We need to have the developers, as much as we want to respect development and move forward, we also have to make sure that developers and builders respect our community as much as they do everyone else in the capital region, and that we have standards that match that or even exceed it. To make sure that the people who are living around these construction sites can also enjoy living there in St. Albert and don't get penalized because we don't have standards that are strong enough. So I would just, I'd like to get this started. I think that after that discussion and having, I forget his last name, I just remember his first name was Brett, came forward. We realized that there is a solution to what the problems that were been discussed in the past several months, and so let's take advantage of the solution and move it forward. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else in debate? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that motion passes unanimously. Told you we could put that on consent. Okay, civic and external agencies, councillor updates. Councillor Killick? You know what, why don't we combine 12 and 13? because this is, if you want to say some last words too, this would be a great time as part of your update and slash announcements. So.
Okay. Well, first, counselor update, we have did have an emergency meeting of our Edmonton Salutes Committee. That was to review funding requests, and they were approved, but we have our first regular, still will have a regular meeting here on the 26th coming up. In terms of community services, I would just like to commend the full team that put together our community recognition event. Seeing people's names carved in stone was super important. It was recognized that many of the attendees said thank you to members of council and when they shook our hand, but really the thanks should be passed on to all the teams in administration that pulled that list of names together and hosted that event. It was people were moved to tears, and that is not something you often see. And so it had a true and deep lasting meaning to our community. And I would just want to recommend or recognize the team that pulled that together. Great work. So that ends my update, council update. But on a personal note, I hadn't prepared anything because I really didn't think this was going to be a final meeting. It's kind of a tough one to say that, but it's been a true pleasure and I would say joy to serve the community. It's a tremendous responsibility. I hope I have done a good job. And the work of council is more than just council meetings. What made it so hard for me to decide not to rerun was not the council work, but it was the community work, the engagement with going and meeting with the food bank and seeing the tremendous impact they have, the Legion, Senior Center, Family Resource Center, working with the soapbox team and seeing how they support kids that can't afford soapboxes, Indigenous relations, Pink Shirt Day, going to visit SAFE, Orange Shirt Day, all of those community events, talking to this, not even talking, but talking to the sporting groups about what they do in the community. Whether it's soccer, rugby, football, hockey, ringette, pickleball, you name it. All of meeting with all of those, Botanic Park, I couldn't forget them, shouldn't forget them ever. Meeting with all of those community groups and members that are represented through the chamber, because we not only represent residents, but we represent businesses. And a lot of time we talk about residents all the time, but we actually really should be talking a bit more about residents or businesses, Downtown Business Association, chamber, and all the businesses that we've had the pleasure of going to and doing ribbon cuttings at. Stepping away from that is going to be very tough because it really is what our community is all about. And I've said this before, that council can only do so much. We can only fund projects and host events and shake hands and get our pictures taken. But the multiplying effect that our volunteers have in this community is 1,000-fold. We could never, ever, ever fund all of the money to pay for all the volunteer hours that are given so selflessly to this community. And that has been the biggest joy I've ever had. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
We did have a policing committee meeting on right after. Did anybody know that I had a policing committee? Right after the standing committee. Anyways, yes, we did have one, and just regular business. There was it was the first since the summer break, so there was a lot of catching up to do in relation to some of the initiatives that are going to carry forward, whether it's looking at a strategic plan. We did get some updates from members of the policing committee who sit on the provincial oversight boards, and unfortunately, there's still a really large lack of clarity as to the direction that the provincial government's going to go as it looks at police oversight or police service delivery. We are still struggling with our numbers, even though we're up around 63, the detachment commander said there was actually only 57. So, I mean, that shows that there's a large still fluctuation in the numbers. And I know we just had a kind of a strategy to bump up our authorized strength from 70 to 75, hoping that that would relieve some of the pressure, because those are what they call hard numbers, hard vacancies. So we have had some success in recruiting, and I think those 5 members are there, and that has certainly bolstered their numbers. There will be in next term a recommendation from the committee for the council next term to look at even raising that number higher. And again, the strategy is around trying to get to that 65 number so that we're consistently at our what we actually get billed by the RCMP. Just because there's a realization that there's always going to be 16, 17 soft vacancies, whether for any number of different reasons. That was discussed. So, and my other committee is meeting on September 26th. That's Aero Utilities. And they'll be talking around what the financial rate will be. Lots have been moving on to like my reflections over this last term, and the members of council. I'd like to say thank you if I'm not sitting back here after the next election. I mean, you guys have been a great group to work with. We've accomplished quite a bit. And to my friends that are moving, you've had you outlined some of the things you did, and like the Snowflake Festival would be probably not happening if it wasn't for your efforts. The lights, I'm gonna put your face on the outside of City Hall when I there. And I mean, lots of times it's the little things that have the biggest impact, but don't have the biggest recognition. So your connection to the community is certainly appreciated, and it will be missed, but I'm sure if we can get a railing installed up there so that when the next time you come down, you don't trip and fall, I'm sure you'll bring your community involvement back into here. And Natalie, you and I have been together for a couple of terms, and I really appreciated everything you bring to. I can't see you right now because
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, we'll have to have that. We're going to be missing that French connection. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more of that. But I just want to say thank you, because you do bring a whole different perspective into council that really made us stronger and really made us look at some issues that probably were a little outside. And I know you always say you're the youngest, but you're catching up to us. You are catching up.
Probably we're getting older too.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I don't stop. But you know what? That's what another thing I'm worried about with the Councillor Killick. He's the oldest member here, so
I'm a little worried about
Bunch of
this.
young bucks running.
Yeah. Mayor, I don't know how I can, I don't know how I can wrap up, all of our involvement. I know it was related by a couple of the speakers earlier that talked about when they first met you and you and I go back 20 some odd years to the Community Service Advisory Board at that time. And, you always kind of mentioned that that you and I have had a relationship where I was the mentor or I talked in it. I think those roles have switched. I think you took the grasshopper from my hand, so to speak, and you have certainly really become the leader in the community that I just just was so happy to be part of and watch you grow. And yeah, so you will be missed. I mean, you'll be missed, but I think you're yet to make, I don't think you're done yet. I think there's other things that you can move into and do, even if it's not politics. And I really hope you get time to enjoy your time away and have a little bit of a break, relaxation. And I look forward to whatever comes next to you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. So thanks for giving me something to talk about, Ken. So I appreciate it because we did have the internal audit committee last Friday.
Oh, yeah.
I know it's the most exciting of all audit committees. And so it was wrapped up with the human resources and there'll be, there's motions going forward. I'm not sure if council has to them next term or they're just moving forward. I can't remember, but nonetheless, so there's action taking forward with that, which I think will help strengthen our human resources planning going forward and our processes. And we are on to the next one, which is something to do with data. It's like there's data management. It's a very large project about how we're going to be just handling the data with the policies so that we have consistency and that's our thing. Not super exciting to the average viewer, but extremely essential when we're trying to deal with an organization of this size that, all we do is handle data basically at some point or another. So that happened. I also have that notice of motion, Mayor, so I just might as well just read that in that
We have a bunch. Do you want them all read today?
Well, you just said to do it today.
I think we just have two.
Just two? Okay, I felt like.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I thought I had it and then
No, because Councillor Jolly has one. Didn't you have one about adding?
that was just an amendment for the day. I changed it.
Okay.
So which is, hold on to your hat here, that the administration provide amendments to flag policy CCAO 19 that expands the potential number of days of significance and to provide further clarity on the number of days that Snart Place will be lit for each event listed for council's approval by the end of Q1 2026. And we'll see what those dates come up and see if someone wants to bring it forward in November. Okay. Regarding this term, I'm kind of like in a bit of denial, so I'm not really thinking it's over. Because it still feels like the same day as every other day that we come in here. They forgot the balloons or something, I guess, so that we'd know it was different. Okay, I'm getting emotional. Kathy, we've been together for 12 years. And a lot of people have painted us as top secret enemies. And I could just tell you that after that first term where we all dealt with trauma,
What did Tim call it? Trauma bonds?
Trauma bonds. It was a very difficult term. And when that election happened and I felt very alone, I thought it would be a term of hell, and it was not. You gave me the ability to get my stride, to be able to have a true voice, and to be able to make positive changes. So thank you for that.
You could make me cry.
It could have been very different, and I was expecting it to be very different. And so for that, for just allowing me to be me and to not try to suppress that, because that was not what we experienced before. And so people do not understand that I don't have to agree with the mayor every day. We often don't agree, quite frankly, but that's okay. We don't expect anything different, quite frankly. And when we do, it is what it is. So I just want to acknowledge that, Kathy, because this could have been a very different past 8 years for me. So for that, I want to thank you.
I'm just gonna go through it. So Mike, you are the most dedicated person to go to every single event there is. Your commitment to that is noted. Your enthusiasm when you attend is noted. You're feeling the need to take that mic and let everybody know that you have an opinion about how great their event is noted. And your dedication to renaming has been noted as well. So right down to the very last meeting. So I just want to thank you for what you have contributed and your enthusiasm to the position. Not everybody takes that same level of enthusiasm, and you definitely took those 4 years you had and you embraced them. So good on you for that. Ken, I have sat beside you now for 8 years. You have suffered for 8 years with me. You just kept pulling the short straw, and so you got stuck with me again. I feel that the two of you got to be compadres, and I kind of glad that the two children here in the room got to sit together and bond. I have tremendous respect for you. I appreciate everything you've brought forward, and you have always been cautious to take a decision early. You've always really tried to think things through. Yeah, well, either way, you still do it. So I appreciate just how much that you really try to be thoughtful about what you do. And I really do appreciate what you have brought to the table. And I do support you, period. So I'm hoping that you come back regardless of what happens to myself. Natalie, we have always had many different opinions about everything. But I do respect that you stand behind what you believe in, regardless of what everyone else thinks. Sometimes you will be the only voice that you think what is going forward, and you'll bring it forward. You'll bring forward motions that no one wants to bring forward, or admin has it and it's controversial, and you'll say, I'll bring it forward. And even when you're going to vote against it, you'd bring it forward. And so I just appreciate your backbone. Wes, so, and I'm sorry I'm going through all this, but we've been together for so long. And I don't know what's going to happen in the mayoral race, Wes. I don't know who's going to be sitting here in 1 month's time. But I will tell you that you've always been the most gracious counselor. You have been polite, you've been respectful of both administration and council. And I've told that to you to your face multiple times, and I mean it now as well. You have been a very strong example of somebody who can go out of their way to try to find commonality and to not judge or in anger when many people would have taken that anger and ran with it, probably myself included. And yet you pause back and you show that level of calm and restraint, and I do appreciate what you have done. And also, as eloquent as you might think I speak, I know I pale in comparison to every time you take that mic. Shelley, you've been a new person on here, and you've had a backbone of steel as well. Sometimes you're the only one voting against something because this is what you believe in, and you stood behind what you believe in, true to form. I believe that from the beginning of this term to the last day of this term, you have stayed true to exactly what you think you are, the standards you have, and the principles that you have, and you have not compromised them. I can't even think of one time. So I know you say you vote so you can sleep at night, but you have voted true to your heart, even when you were the only person there. And you have tried, and you have called me and said, what about this? What about this? How can we find a solution? You just don't take the status quo and go, there's nothing more we can do. You always come back and press and say, I can't believe we can't do something better. And so many people may not understand that that's what she has pushed me to do, but she has always challenged me to say, how can I do better? And then that discussion leads to something hopefully better. So I just want to thank you for that level of dedication that's behind the scenes that actually most people are not even aware of. And thank you for being you. So, and then just to staff quite quickly, we have had ups and downs, and you may have to see me again. You never know, but maybe you'll get lucky. Okay. There's an amount of dedication that has to come to this position. There's just amount of just having to take a lot from 7 people that are changing a lot of different opinions you're trying to navigate while you're still trying to navigate all the other pressures. And I just want to acknowledge how much time and work it takes to actually go through that river and somehow come out the other end with something successful. And as much as we are here doing our job, it's only a successful city because of what's happening behind the other side of this desk. You guys are the guys, you ones right from the frontline workers, they're the ones who make this city so desirable. We might give direction, but it's the work that everybody behind the 1,200 employees that just go to work every day, they're the ones who make this city so great. And not to mention all the residents that are so dedicated to making the city what it is, and how bonded our community is to try to improve itself and not just simply give up. So I'm very proud of everybody for doing that. I'm proud of administration. I'm proud of what the residents have done and how much they care about our community. I'm really proud of this council. We have actually accomplished so much this term. When you look back at it, so much has changed. And I think so much that we never expected to change also changed. And I think for the better in many cases. So we'll see if you're stuck with me again. I'm giving this speech because you never know, and I can't give it back to you later. And thank you for that time, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So zero chance I'll get through this without crying. So we'll start with the boring stuff. The ICFSP meeting, I think that was last week. So really good discussion about kind of housing and homelessness for the most part. So AB Muni's was there. They shared the final provincial report for the Lodge program. Kind of interesting, some of the work that's being done in that area. We also had a presentation from Dr. Gosh, who's a researcher with the U of A, the U of C, and HS, I think. A lot of different hats, kind of working in the space of homelessness, addiction, and mental health. So the committee passed a motion to support Dr. Gosh's research project on homelessness shelters and locations. Up to $20,000. So that was good to see. We also had some of the other municipalities share some of the work that they've been doing in this area. So Lloydminster shared their minimum shelter standards. So that's a brand new report. And also their cold weather response plan. I think that's pretty new. And I also shared St. Albert's Mayor's Task Force report with the group. So good to see all the work that's being done across the province. Homeland housing, I still have a couple of meetings left. Everything's going well, but we're still waiting for confirmation on federal funding for the St. Thomas Street project. So there was an announcement earlier this week that there is money going to housing, but it's really unclear what's happening with that. So I look forward to hearing more. Youth Advisory Committee met at White Spruce Forest. So we had a fantastic tour led by Amanda Wild and Aaron Picard, kind of talking about all the work that went into developing that area and kind of natural spaces and parks throughout the city. So it's really neat to give our youth that opportunity to learn how much thought goes into, every centimeter of the city. So thanks for staff for doing that. Thanks, Bill, for arranging that. And then my notice of motion is that in consultation with community groups, school boards, etc., Capital Charter be prepared to create a performing arts center in St. Albert for addition on St. Albert's 10-year capital plan or as part of the community amenities site. So we'll see where that goes and wherever it lands on the agenda. Ken, I've definitely got more gray hairs and wrinkles now than I did 8 years ago. That's for sure. I did write down a few comments, and most of these I actually wrote almost 3 years ago when I didn't think I was going to make it to the end of the term, but I'm here. It has been an honor to serve on St. Albert Council. I'm going to go back a little bit further than 4 years, but during my time here, I've seen the whole community really, Mike spoke to how it's really the community that steps up to make things happen. So they stepped up to accomplish so much. We were the first Albertan municipality to vote to prohibit conversion therapy. We approved our commitment to diversity and inclusion through our value statement. We increased supports for low-income senior homeowners. I think that was one of my very first motions. We committed to a plan and donation of land to support diverse housing needs with the St. Thomas Street project. We saw our universal accessibility plan become a cornerstone planning document, and we've expanded on that more recently, which is fantastic. We made really good steps toward a much needed swimming and rec facility, including partnering to receive a donation of land. We approved our MDP and land use bylaw, and that will really guide the city into the next decades, not into the next 5 years, Ken, decades. And, you know, really all of our accomplishment really demonstrate the values of the city that's been home to my family through my grandparents since 1965. We've been around here for a long time. And to the vision of the council that our residents elected to serve. It's also been wild serving with two sets of elected officials. I think a couple of you, I think Mayor Herron, you commented earlier, and Sheena, you commented that not all terms are the same. So it's really different every single 4-year term. So it's been really interesting to see what that looks like. And Mayor Herron, I'm a nerd, and I actually looked at the stats of kind of voting records, and you and I are the most likely to vote along the same lines. Definitely not always.
Doesn't surprise me.
But that was really neat to see. I've also met, this is the part that's going to make me cry. I've also met so many incredible staff over the last 8 years. I don't have time to name everyone, obviously, but I do particularly want to thank both city managers from the last couple terms, Kevin, wherever you are, and Bill. I've learned so much from you, and I'm thank you to have you here, Bill. Cheryl, I'm going to look at you for this part. So to Cheryl, Elena, Christina, Melissa, Robin, Dawn, Amy, and especially to Rayanne, who is dearly missed. You have been the backbone of the third floor. So to all staff, your passion and professionalism, your kindness and creativity, your sense of fun, have really made my my term special. So please keep in touch. Thank you. That's all I have.
Good job. Councillor Broadhead.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I have actually two committees to report on this time as opposed to none the last time. But the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting that we held on the 25th of August was interesting insofar as one of our staff received a very good recognition for the work that he was done, and so it was a great meeting. And then, as has been mentioned earlier, we had the internal audit committee here just last week. A great committee, and one I think that brings great value to the city of St. Albert, and one that I'm proud to be a part of. And yeah. So here we are at the end of a term. And it's funny how at the beginning of a term, it seems so long. And yet today here it seems so short. And it has been a privilege to serve for the terms that I've been on council. Now, quite honestly, I hope to be here again. That's just my hope. But tomorrow's promised to no one. So I'll say that the past 4 terms have been an honor to serve our community and to serve with each one of you. Mike, congratulations on 4 wonderful years. You kind of hit it out of the ballpark, my friend. And I remember conversations with you, and you said, well, you know, it's going to be full time. And you said to me, Wes, I can't put any more time in. I can't. And that is about as true a statement as I'd ever heard, because you worked harder than anybody. And I remember saying to you, you can't work harder because you're already working full time. But I certainly honor the decision that you made. And it's been a privilege to know you and Pat, your wife. So whatever you do in the future, I know that you'll be successful. And I wish you all the best. And Shelley sat next to you for 4 years. It was a pleasure. And you know, you've been here the shortest time with me, but it was good to sit next to talk to you. We didn't always agree, but I didn't always agree with anybody else either. So, and they didn't always agree with me either. And that's the nature of a high functioning council. And that's why I say I always believe in the collective wisdom of council, because 4 beats 3, and inevitably turns out to be the best choice in the long run. So I always appreciate that. Natalie, Sheena said that you are the one that would take on motions that moved the needle in many respects. A lot of people didn't want to make motions that you made. But you, and I always appreciated this, you had a sense of courage and commitment to your value system that you would not stay silent about. And that's something to be proud of. And so thank you for that. And St. Albert's been well served by your time on council. And quite honestly, I hope you do well. And you're up there asking us to spend 74.1 million on servicing, like you said yesterday. So whatever. And we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Ken, I've known you for a long time, my friend. We've served together the last 3 terms. I hope to serve with you again, quite honestly. And if I'm not here and you are here, then council will be well served. So yeah, still remember sitting there and reviewing applications for doing security review of transit. You were the superintendent in charge at that point. So it was good to have you there. Sheena, my friend, you're a force of nature, you are. And I think council is really just lucky to have you on board. We don't always agree, but I think that's part of being a high functioning council. You bring a perspective that I don't think this council would have if you weren't here. So I certainly appreciate that. And I too hope to be working with you in the days to come. So good luck in the election. And I wish you well. And it was a privilege to know you and Randy. And you were always there at the Rainmaker Rodeo Parade with your family in tow. And that was good too. That was fun too. And so anyway, it's been a pleasure. Madam Mayor, 2010, we started off together. It's been 15 wonderful years. And quite honestly, it's been an adventure. And all of the accolades that were said earlier were well earned. You earn the accolades that come your way. You earn what you've done. And this city has prospered as a result. And so I always say it doesn't matter your politics. You govern from the center because you represent the entire spectrum of residents within the community. And so you do your best to be true to your own sense of values, which you have, and lead the city forward. And that's what you've done as well. It's been a real privilege to know you. You know, I've spoken over the course of my career at a lot of retirements. And, you know, there's sort of a buzzword that says, you know, the company will miss you. Stick your finger in a bucket of water and you pull it out, and they'll miss you as long as the hole is there in the water. Meaning that you go, you go. But that's not strictly true. When the new council comes, there will be a mayor. And they'll do whatever. But the hole that is left is not in a bucket of water, but in the whole of the hearts of the people that you have served and worked with over the course of your career.
That's nice.
And that hole will always be there. So thank you for that. It's a strange and wonderful pain, if you will. But you don't get to be there without going through the the day in, day out struggles of life. So anyway, thank you for your service. I'll finish off with you, Bill, and your staff. It's been a privilege to serve with you and to get to know you, quite honestly. And who knows what happens, you know, how many days at 32 days or 34 days or whatever it is from now. But, you know, we've had tough decisions to make, and you've stood up and you've been the leader that we always asked you to be. And to your staff, goodness, they reflect you because you've chosen them and you've led them well. And so, yeah, congratulations. And like I said, I hope to be here, but if I'm not, that doesn't change things. And it certainly doesn't change my opinion of what you have brought. I've worked for a number of city managers and they've all had their strengths. They've all had their, I call them what they are, right? And we all lead imperfectly in a certain sense. But I think the city of St. Albert is well served by your offer to be employed here. And to all of the senior leadership team and all of the rest, well done. And Marta, to the legal voice, you say what it is, and not even when we don't listen. But thank you, and for the Ledge team for putting up with me, appreciate that. I really do. And Christina and Melissa, I'll speak to the air here, but
They'll watch.
yeah, Christina and Melissa, thank you for keeping me on track. I know my wife thinks you both walk on water, so that's good. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Bermanski.
Last but not least, this has been an honor of mine as well to serve on council, and the greatest part was getting to see what goes on inside City Hall and the wonderful team that, you know, puts everything together and makes everything happen and manages all the staff and manages our city and manages people. And it's so different to be on a council and to not ahead of time, you don't know what you're walking into. You can't even imagine. If you haven't been here, it's like nothing you can ever imagine. And it was brilliant 4 years for me. I appreciate everything from administration staff, everything that you know I've learned. I want to especially lean on Councillor Killick. We were the two rookies, right? You know, got elected at the same time, and learning everything and balancing each other, propping each other up. You know, Councillor Killick, he's you know, spectacular and digging information, and we dig different information together, and it's a sink or swim almost when you get to council. It's a tough job, and but I believe that that it's been a true learning experience for me. And I hope I made the people proud. I hope to still be here next round. I've worked hard for what I believe and what I believe the people want me to do for them. So they will decide. Going on to Councillor Mackay, I always felt like I had a cop behind me just kind of watching things, you know, the guy that looked after everybody in the room. And I'll add Councillor Broadhead into the mix because I was very envious of the camaraderie that the boys had. The boys in the group had a real camaraderie. And when I'm putting all three of them together, it's hard to imagine, but they all have spectacular wives, all of them. So I want to thank Pat and Peggy and Marilyn. You know, I love those ladies. They're all great. And you're all really fortunate to have those women behind you because it's us women who make you strong men, right? And I appreciated having you guys making me strong. Sheena Hughes is the greatest mentor ever. She is. And I said I wasn't going to cry because I don't usually cry. You know, girls don't cry, right? So anyhow, I've never seen anyone who can read and analyze data so quickly, like so quickly. And the numbers, they just appear for her like it's like you're watching a movie. It's absolutely amazing. And she mentored me with anything I asked, and I asked a lot. And it was great that she shared that information. It's great that she's here. The city has no idea how much knowledge that comes so easy to her is just so spectacular for the rest of council. So I appreciate you more than anything for sure. Okay, Counselor Broadhead, I'll jump over to you since I lumped you in with the guys. You're so calm, and it's very, very nice and peaceful having you beside me. You're like a mentor. You have sympathy, not empathy. It's never about you or how you've been affected. It's always about caring for others. And I appreciate that dearly in you. It's really, really nice. And again, with the ladies, I'll go back to Mayor Herron. I remember meeting, in 2010 when you first ran for mayor, and what you've accomplished was empathized in the room, or emphasized in the room today by the people that came to celebrate you. And I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and you've earned respect in the region. In all fairness, maybe we could have hugged more, maybe we could have got along better as ladies in the group if I was looking at that over again. But it's interesting when you get into a dynamic of a government. You focus on learning and getting the job done, and just being the best you can be at what you do. And I believe all of us are so different in how we tackle things that we all try and give the true best of what we can in our way. So, and Councillor Jolly, I don't even know you. I really don't. Like, we were on council all these years, and I just respect you for what you believe. And I wish you the best in your future as well. And we're just different people. And I acknowledge that we need different people here. We need people who look at the world differently, who feel differently, who communicate with people differently. And that's the beauty of having a council where you all represent different kinds of people. And we all try and represent the best we can. And I believe that everyone here puts their heart into what they do and what they believe. So I want to thank you, everyone on council, and everyone in administration, and thank you. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Awesome. Nice words, all of you. My thoughts, and I'm no, we're going to go near what I wrote down, but and I don't think I'm going to cry. I think I'm going to be good. I have actually it broken down in terms, but I won't read everything that we accomplished each term, and only Wes would get back some of these memories. But my very first motion in that very first term was to plant trees on the median down St. Albert Trail. So from Sturgeon Road up to Gate, I asked the question, how much would that cost? And it was like $800,000. And I sat where Wes sat, and Nolan's like, make a motion. So I made a motion and it passed. And I was like, I just spent $800,000. I was brand new. But now when I drive down St. Albert Trail, so there's going to be things that we'll all look back on, and that one will be for me. I'd never heard the word pickleball until I got elected, and that was Councillor Bracco. There's a bunch of stuff in here that I wrote down, but Wes, you'll laugh at this one. Remember when we put the Starbucks into Service Place? You would be surprised, but that was one of the most controversial things we did that term. And now can you imagine Service Place without a Starbucks? I wrote down a lot for the 13 to 17 term, but the number one thing I wrote down is this was a tough term. The relationships were so strained, and that council was so divided. We managed to still create a really amazing smart city master plan. I got to contribute with the growth plan for the region. Wes, like you guys did this, the community vision was that term. but it was a tough term and and I also wrote down one of the biggest regrets I've ever had being elected was being the deciding vote on the plebiscite question for the 2017 election. Because here we are today and it's just led to too much confusion. So that would be advice I would give to anyone ever. But 17 to 21, I said that to Ray earlier, that was probably, it was a great term because we managed to erase that division very quickly. I appreciate your words, Sheena, because I know you were upset after that election, but I hope that I showed you I wasn't Nolan, right? Then we had some tragedy very early in that term with the Humboldt crash, and that was one of the hardest things, a shy person like me to call parents and express my deepest sympathy to the loss of their child. Like that was horrible. But I felt like as the mayor, I should do that. But that will always stay in my mind. I mentioned it also earlier, the Pride crosswalk was done that year. We did Ray-Gibbon Drive, a new MDP. I'm really proud of the 1.5% RMR. I wrote it down, like that's something we did that term and it's amazing. We had the smart water meters that term and that was I'm bringing back bad memories, aren't I? It's just cringe but the biggest thing, of course, that term was COVID. And that was, it kind of derailed everything we were doing, talking about distancing and masks. And we had the recovery task force, so that was somewhat positive, but, and then we negotiated an amazing annexation. That was a big one. And now this term, it started off, with a bit of tragedy again, because we lost Ryan. This is where I'll cry. That was really hard for all of us. I think Rihanna really meant a lot to this corporation. She was an amazing woman and I've got pictures of her in my office and she'll never be forgotten. But we managed to bring in Melissa to help Christina and between the two of them, and hopefully they'll hear this at some point. And I know I'm going to see all of you guys again, but they have been so helpful and really taken on so much, and that they deserve a lot. This term also allowed me to be president of Alberta Municipalities, and you guys supported that. And I can never express my appreciation enough for that support. We had a huge disappointment was the regional transit. That was this term. And Millennium Park was a bit of a disappointment, but we've had some wins. And the Oilers watch parties, even though it was right at the end of the term, I think they were fantastic. Lakeview Business District, come on guys, that's this term and this is really important. And then Councillor Killick said it in the Gazette, we hired Bill Fletcher. And that was probably one of our biggest wins for this entire term. I don't need to speak. I love embarrassing him. Over 15 years, I've served with 16 different elected officials, and all of them, you know, had their own strengths and weaknesses, and I've remained very good friends with many of them. We lost Len, which was hard. I don't think I'm going to go through each one of you because you guys all did that. I'll just, you know, you all know how I feel about you, and it's getting late, and we'll do it maybe in private, but 16 council members, and there's a bond you have that only people who have served up here can ever really understand. You get to see the good emails, the nasty emails, you see so much that no one else really realizes. And so we are all bonded in a way that no one else can understand. I don't even think you guys can understand that. So I appreciate each and every one of you. 4 CAOs. 6 if you include 2 interns with Chris Jardine and Carrie Hiltz, but that was a lot of CAOs over the last 15 years. But Natalie mentioned it, and I will have to, but the strength does not lie in this bench. The strength lies in the diversity in this bench, but the strength lies in the staff of the city, 600 some employees working, trying to honor the direction that council is setting, getting up every day, Saturdays, Sundays, Christmas Day, whatever it takes to get snow off the streets or do their research on front-ending policies or whatever it takes. It's an amazing group of people, and I will miss so many of you, all of you actually, but you know, it's the senior executive kind of leadership team that I interact with, we all interact with the most. And you guys are just so professional and I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Okay. Did you read your notice of motion? Okay. We still have two more things on the agenda, so let's go. This might be okay, we need a notice, a motion to go in camera for the collective bargaining mandate. I was gonna say there'll be my last time saying call for the vote, but I have to come back out and do another motion, so let's make a motion to go in camera. Councilor Hughes?
Sure, let's just do this. The council move in camera to receive information from administration regarding collective bargaining mandates pursuant to section 29(1)(a) and 31(1)(c) of Access to Information Act.
All right, call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. Is Ryan here in person? Yeah, okay, we're gonna go back there, okay. Early?
that, where's the motion? That the proposed bargaining mandates for QP locals 941, local 5141, and IAFF as outlined in the confidential report dated September 16, 2025, entitled Collective Bargaining Mandate QP 941, 5141, and IAFF 2130 be approved.
That council moving cabinet receive information from administration. Whoop, I went away. On the northeast servicing pursuant to sections 29(1)A, 29(1)G, and 32(1)A of the Access of Information Act.
Finally figured that out.